fathers, sons, uncles, and brothers. This shit is tragic. No wonder we were youngest with coke doing gymnastics. Block booming, what's our gun doing this ad libs? We always out flipping on the mattress. I was out trapping.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Y'all spin that vortex up in the category. Little brother with the urge, little brother Malaki Macabee. Cooking, baby. All praise to the Almighty. All the present creator always will, never shall be. I get the thumbs up, man. Y'all go ahead and get that algorithm popping. Put us in the algorithm. Y'all know the game. We always talk about those topics that make you cringe. Yeah. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. Y'all too. Y'all see the thumbnail? Y'all see the title? Word of Nazarene, James the Just versus Saul and Tarsus. Boy, good old Saul the Roman. What is going on, family? It ain't been a little bit over a week since our last touchdown, but hey, y'all know what it is, man. I heard beat. Making moves, you know. Sometimes, man, hey, you just gotta put your head down and go forward. You feel me? The great is truly marvelous. I see voices spinning in this deal. Yeah. Hot topics, man. You know, this around this time of the year and the end of the little year, around this time, it's always it seems like your boy Paul taking a long topic. Spirit world, man. It's just like your boy be getting whooped on. But hey, we're gonna go ahead and put some things out there today to make it even more clear, more clarity than what it already is. Again, if you rock with the creative game, you already know a lot of this stuff is about to be brought forward. But y'all know us, we show receipts. You dig? We don't mighty cuddle. We don't tiptoe through the tulips. You know what I mean? We take a B line or a C line right towards you. You know, right down the middle, punch you right in your mouth with this. Whoa. Y'all share these things, share this video on all our chats, CGG, if y'all can. You know, we are getting it done, man. Much love, much light. You know what I mean? And I look at it like this, man. These misfits conveniently dodge us. You know, we are avoided like the plague. But I ain't gonna front. I wouldn't want to really debate you cats either, to be honest with you. I mean, it's rapid fire. There's so many bombs that drop back to back. It's like what they call a blitzkrieg. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, man, look. You know what I mean? When we done with it, all you're gonna see is smoke. That's it. All right, so let's get into some of this real quick. Let me go ahead and support the brothers. Brothers be out here, man, putting their pain in, dropping this music, man. And look, I'm right behind y'all. Y'all already know. I'm right behind y'all, man. It's just, you know, your little bruh I be having to get it out the mud. I got a lot on my chest too, though, so you already know it's coming. We got some collabs coming. Shout out to my brother C-La Shalom. We got a tag team presentation coming. Base something around this topic right here. All right, Brand, listen to me. All you gonna see is smoke when we done with it. Trust me. You dig? Check this out right here. Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother C-La Shalom. Shout out to my brother Cosmon Kruger, the cloud kicker. Make sure y'all go over to Cosmon Cal TV, like, subscribe, share. Shout out to my brother Daryl Cosmon, man. You know, prayers up for our bro. He right in the middle of all that ice madness up in Minnesota or Minneapolis. It's in his neighborhood, like a street over. So, you know, much prayers and protection. May the Almighty Creator continue to guide and protect you and your family. You dig? And it don't make no sense to be out here arguing with ICE or let alone no authority. Here I'm arguing with you for. You know what I mean? Let's get on out the way, man. Look, this ain't got nothing to do with us. Get on out the way. But shout out to my brother Daryl Cosman, the mad genius. His brother, his mind operates on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? Shout out to the whole gang, man. Shout out to my brother Bronze Yo. Shout out to my brother Dread for Cosmon. Shout out to my brother Young Prince. Shout out to the sisters Keela and Looking Ass, Intuitive Goat, Deshaun LaFay, Aimas Ahuba, Aima Mahaya. Shout out to my sister Yafa. You know what I mean? Shout out to the whole gang, man. Like, hey, one thing we do is put our pain in. Meaning we gonna put our work in. You dig? And when we done with you, all you gonna see is smoke, baby. Believe that, know that. Shout out to my sister Elisa Edwards in the building. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Yada LL Young. That's my bro, man. Much love, much love. Met them in the flesh straight up, and they were sincere, good people. Shout out to my sister Essence in the building. Comfort my soul is in the building. Love and light to your Essence, you, your moms, your family. Shout out to my brother E, my brother Eric Graham is in the building. It's the word, Op. What you say, Key? Key said they don't deal with information, but where it came from will run quickly. Chat GP. I know these mumble mouth misfits are just it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't even understand it. How cats can be so two-sided with it. It's like, look, all right, if we dealing with the info, we dealing with it. Let's bang. And then someone's we be like that, oh, the white man. And it's like, look, bro, you act like you done licked your fingers and skipped across something that the white man ain't touched. Can we leave the white man argument to itself? And let's just see what information hit harder. What information, you know what I mean, got the highest light. Shout out to my brother, Fake This Man, Yahoo Savage is in the building. Shout out to, look at Tia Bo in the building. Tia Bo, what is the word? What's the word? Love, light, balance. You already know. You see my brother C-Lies in the building. Yeah, hey, bro, I like this right here. Saul's anticipator is a... Yeah, to be real, that's him name. That's him name. Saul's anticipator. Good night, boy. Let's rock out, man. And you know what I mean? Let's get the, you know, I get a rush off all this stuff right here, man. Let's go ahead and play this real quick. Ready, gang is in the building.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? You have to say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail me, the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet, met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot, fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious, gut him to the core. Give him some more, straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victim. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem to can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers move in silence in the shadow at night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growling, echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his god, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tile. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Woo! Man is hot up in this case, man.
Yeah, that's a whole nother level right there, man. You dig? Shout out to the brother Selah Shalom. Executed that boy. That look, and the crazy part, man, he was on your I didn't get a chance to get on. I had a whole bunch of notifications on Facebook the past couple of days. I really ain't been on there. You know what I mean? So man, I started going through them deals. I think it was yesterday. Man, I seen this Negro Zion Crybaby, Zion War Child on there. Listen, y'all, listen. It only sound good. That's it. He's saying a whole bunch of nothing. This Negro was on Selah Post talking about, I spanked you. I say, man, listen, I don't know who raised these niggas. I don't know what kind of cloth you cats is cut from. But a grown man never has ever in life told another grown man he spanked him. I'm like, listen to me. I don't. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's no comparison. You don't bring no effeminate man outside. This is supposed to be a debate coliseum, right? Heads opposed to roll. This is war. And you got this effeminate Ethiopian Jabari on Selah's Post telling some I spanked you. I don't get it, man. And look, and people be still clapping for these guys. I'm like, you can't be serious. You dig? There ain't another man in existence that I ever known about, heard about, nigga, met, that ever formed his mouth, twisted his lips up, and told another grown man, I spanked you. Come on, man. Come on, there ain't no comparison. I'm sick of the comparisons. Y'all act like these niggas do what we do. Stop it. Just stop. Stop right now while you ahead. That's my brother.
Spread your last time, the yoga's your favorite. Open up the O, making moves to the matrix. Like the darkness in the basement, movements in the making. 4 horsemen took the HOK to the pavement. They say, yeah, Brian TV on one. You're my NPC. I guess I beat my own drum. Used to hold it down for the Bible and dog to Moses. Now you run around with bones in your noses. It's over. I can smell it in your nostril. Ain't nothing worse than walking around with false apostles. That shit creep without a paddle. I ain't never seen you niggas steal or raise a dead with the shadow. Is it JJ 7K or JJ Fad? Either way, we know we're making JJ mad. Cause mine came through and beat JJ bad. Crying and shit. Somebody get JJ pads. Would do anything to get some views. Last I heard, he was debating trying to earn money to get some food. How in the hell on your own channel you getting booed? The higher like niggas you getting tripping. No lions in there, tell the truth. Y'all niggas kittens.
Bronze, why you do him like that, man? You did little Mandinka, JJ. Oh my God, yeah, you did him so bad. Somebody go get JJ pads. Wow. And let y'all know what we think about y'all, man. You know what I mean? And let y'all know why or what we think. Zero respect, man. Zero respect. Won't none of y'all come on outside and catch this fade. When none of y'all come on outside and catch this fade. Salute to the gang, CGG. Oh, wait. Yeah, get on there. Anybody that's offended at the thumbnail or whatever, call your elders, your camp leaders, your assembly. Get all them Negroes on over here. Get all them Negroes right on over here immediately. Because all y'all, regardless if you identify with being a Israelite, Jewish, what they call them, Messianic Judaism, whether you think these people was black, white, or whatever, you dig? All y'all been going the wrong way if you're dealing with Bible. Because y'all keep running this nigga Saul all the time. Paul, Paul. What did Paul say? Paul. Man, y'all don't even know it. Look, listen to me. Listen to me. You've been had. You've been had. You dig? What you think you know, you don't even know. You don't even know. You don't have a clue. And the crazy part is, if it wasn't in the Bible, it wouldn't even be valid. We got it right in the Bible. We got it right in the Bible. Your boy Saul of Tarsus is largely compromised. And if you a Paul sympathizer right now, if you got the nuts to hang around, you're gonna figure out, yeah, we've been going the wrong way. We've been going the wrong way. You dig? So y'all tap on in, man. CGG is definitely in the building. My bro Brian say somebody get JJ pads. Boy, you's a whole biatch out here. Woof. Woof. Shout out to my brother C-La Shalom, man. He been bombing the past, I don't know, man, past week, 2 weeks, boy. He been dropping. Just, I'm like, all right, I'm coming out. Hold on. Hold on, I'm coming out. I got you. You dig? Shout out to my bro, man. Shout out to the whole fam. Let me show y'all something real quick. What make us is who we are, man. We just, man, look. We move as a cohesive unit. We don't play with you. We rock with the Almighty, ever-present Creator that's not in form and figure of His creation. Shout out the gang, get out. Well, these are my brothers. Look at this.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
The four horsemen. We are a plague to your modern religious establishment. We here to overthrow and overturn all that and put you right back on path with your maker, the creator, the God maker. So you may hear them say, shout out to the four horsemen. We're actually the plague bringing down your kingdom, bringing down your religion, your false gods and all that. When we done with it, you won't see nothing but smoke. I guarantee it. You know what I mean? These my bro. I put these bros up against anybody in the conscious community on any topic. And I guarantee we will tuck you niggas. Night.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
Y'all tap in with the credit gang, man. You dig? There ain't nobody on the planet. You name them. Name them. We'll run circles around them. Put us on stage with your top influencers and you know, so-called, you know, whatever you're calling yourself, groovy gurus, spiritual advisors. We'll book all these niggas. Book them. Run circles around them. Easy. It's just, you know what it is? The world really don't know what they looking for right now. And just like myself, as well as these other bros, that we spent our whole life being ahead of our time. And by the time you catch up with us, we be on something else. You'll catch up with us 10 years from now and say, man, them brothers was right. Them brothers was right. And we be off, yeah, that's still valid, but we off on we off to so many more exalted heights, man. Easy money. You dig? Nothing but love, man. Shout out to my bro. Shout out to the sisters. Now, man, this right here I thought was funny. This right here was this FBG Butter. Little drill rapper out of Chicago. Look cat. You know what I mean? I heard he be telling for a Pepsi and a Subway sandwich or something. He told on his whole squad. But look what he say. This was great. Look at this.
Creative gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Y'all paying attention? Are you really paying attention to what's coming out and what's being said, or you gonna be spineless, and act like you ain't heard that bomb go off? Because that's what all these cats is doing right now. They're collectively agreeing to ignore us. Because you already know. Look, we always trying to brush up on a fade over here. What's up? And no, we're not talking about guys like JJ and them. They already lost. They already lost. JJ running around trying to get a debate again with one of us. But you already got your ass whooped. You don't forget an ass whooping like that, man. You already got your ass handed to you. You and your dream team. Huh? Judah Nasty. You ain't heard from him. He in Japan somewhere. The bro with the nigga brew shirt on. Elder Yarod and got his teeth fixed and changed his name to the Black Sage. Huh? Apostle woke up and slapped his wife after we debated them. Jabari got a divorce, remarried. The only cat that we didn't heard back from is Saul and Kai. He hopped on the channel and was keeping it cordial the other day. Hopped on the Selah channel. Everybody else just didn't look. JJ done changed his name to Mandinka Mali 7000, right? Claiming he's a Mandinka, and they religion is a blend of Islam and some nigga named Mangala who got a harem of hoes. This nigga got a whole harem. This nigga God. The nerve of the Negro, man. The nerve. But what I'm saying is the blowback from running into the gang is so detrimental. Y'all might as well get on down. And don't forget, not even your low-level Israelites, but even the top Israelites that you hold in reverence, that you speak to with so much, with a milquetoast tone. Oh, yes, sir, Captain Zion. Oh, Zion Lexus, he's a master of conjugation of verbs. Yeah, well, both of them got their ass handed to them, too. Live. Come on, man. We got to stop this. What I'm saying. We the ones bringing up the all-present, the almighty creator to you. Nobody else is talking like that. Now they're saying creator, but they still not getting into his character. They're not getting and letting you know his character. You know what I mean? Because a false God can claim to be the creator. But if you don't know that character, we got a problem. You see that? So what I'm saying is every facet, your top commissions, Jabari and them, we made him look like a mental midget when he debated us. That was sad. That was a complete slaughter. And that wasn't even close. Jabari didn't even go into commit nothing. It was a scientific debate. My bros came with 2 experiments. When we talking science, we're gonna bring some experiments to the table. Daryl Cosmine and Cosmine Cal came with 2 working experiments to the debate. Smash these niggas, man. On topic the whole time. So it ain't just the Israelites that done took an L messing with the gang, even your top commissions. And now with Zion Crybaby, the vanguard of Ethiopian Christianity and the Ethiopian Bible, since he got his head removed along with his deity. Y'all, it ain't even nobody else to take down. So 2025, we bombed you niggas all year. Bomb after bomb. 2026 is the year of the mop. We gonna clean you up now. You gonna come through, clean you up. You know what I mean? Come to the shallow end of the pool. That's what we doing. Because all our people stuck in the Bible. So we will come to the shallow end of the pool. You over there with your floaties on in the shallow end. It's our job to come over there to you out the deep and say, look, brother, look, sister, take these floaties off. Stand up straight. You're not about to drown. You're in 2 feet of water. Stand up. I was panicking. I thought I was finna drown. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you think you in uncharted waters. You think you in something deep and you're not. Majority of the conscious community is in the shallow end of the pool. 3 feet of water with floaties on. And all you gotta do is just look, calm down and stand up. Stop being so scared. After all, it's just information. None of us authored any of this. Can't none of us claim truth to be our own exclusively. Who? Nah. So again, if you can be real with yourself, until then, you really ain't ready to have no conversation with us. But if you can be real with yourself, man, and stop lying to yourself and stop being in denial and just be objective and non-biased and just look at the info presented. and then make a call on them. If you can be real with yourself, man, you can free yourself right now from these false gods that have a clutch on your mental. You can free yourself today. But you got to be real with yourself. If you won't be real and truthful with yourself, you for damn sure ain't finna do that with me. If you'll lie to yourself, I don't got a chance of dealing with you. So yeah, get all your imams and your pastors and your, your camp leaders, let them know the gang on, and that we about to go ahead and get into a topic that all y'all need to hear. Because if any way, shape, form, or fashion you are a sympathizer of Saul of Tarsus, you are largely compromised, heavily. You dig? Read it one more time. This is a guy, Keela. This is a young drill rapper out of Chicago. FBG, the Flyboy gang. FBG Butter, FBG Duck. You remember FBG Duck, FBG Cash, all these little cats. Some of them been killed though. Like Duck was killed back about 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Cash was killed probably like 2 years ago. So, all these cats is like GDs, Gangster Disciples out of Chicago. Then of course you heard of Dirk and King Von and all them. This is he one of little Dirk enemies right here. They all grew up together, a street over from each other. And they all enemies. You know what I mean? But knows what he say about the gang though. Look.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Y'all better pay attention, man. It take a drill rapper to tell you this. It take a drill rapper to tell you, hey, y'all better pay attention. These niggas is nuts. The whole world know that. You dig? And again, I'm tripping. Look, I let you, it's cute. I see you little Negroes jump out there and, we trying to gang bang with it. We don't gang bang, we God bang. We don't set trip. We are God tripping. Ain't nobody else gonna do it. Why not us? Oh, wait. So I'm always tripping. Always.
Create a gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmine and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmine, Cal, Malaki Macabee the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Yara working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches.
Yeah, so these Negroes, so JJ be running around trying to get a debate again. We like, boy, we already whooped you. Like, we don't gain nothing by debating you again. About what? Last time we debated you, boy, you was kissing your biceps on screen. I don't know, bro, I don't get it. I don't know who raised you niggas or you know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to look sexy or something? Like, what are you doing kissing your biceps? What the hell is this? Nigga, this is war. Nigga over here kissing his damn biceps on screen. The boy Zion Crybaby on C-Lot post the other day talking about he spanked him. What kind of grown-ass man tell another man he spanked him? Nah. Y'all already got y'all ass whooped. We not even on to the next, if there is a next. I look like debating a nigga kissing his biceps on the screen. This don't even make sense to me. Then Yara got the nerve to talk about some, just too many tanks on the ground. Niggas ran up and, all these tanks on the ground. Boy, you don't even got a plastic Tonka truck on the ground. And even if you did, them tanks them tanks can't cope with the bombs we dropping. What do you mean, tanks on the ground? Since when? Who told you was like on that, bro, you ain't even built like that. We showed it. You niggas got embarrassed running against us that night. You probably frisbee that nigga brew shirt, nigga, out the window on your way home. Y'all got in the car and started crying. Come on, man. We got to stop the madness. Y'all already know you sent your best and they got sent back in a box. Truth. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Look at this word, man. This is serious.
Create a gang is undefeated. I keep a real pack to steal if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon to knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmo, Cal, Malaki Macabee the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Y'all working with what's in paint a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yahweh wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air, for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Create a gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Create a gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosmo, Cosmo Cal, Malaki Macabee, and the whole Create a gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
Yeah, we outside with it. You heard, bro. We outside with it. I don't know nothing else what y'all talking about. You know what I mean? Easy work, man. Easy work. Yeah, let's get into the presentation. Let's go ahead and work, man. That's what we come to do. We come to work. We don't come to mighty cuddle. We don't come to tiptoe through no tulips. You dig? We ain't coming to do none of that. Right? Punch you right in your face with this truth. You dig? You slide off like we always do. Easy money. Easy money. It's your little brother. Little brother. The youngest out the 4 horsemen. Turtle gang. You know what I mean? All them brothers older than me. You know what I mean? So I rock out. You dig? All good. All right, the true Heir of Nazarene, James the Just versus Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, should I say. Competing visions of the early Yeshua or Messiah movement. Oh, wait. You already know which one is James and which one is Saul of Tarsus, don't you? So who's the true Heir? And, you know, I put this together, again, this topic, along with the Logos and the Greek influence and James and the Jerusalem church and the Ethiopian Christianity and the Gospel of Mark. And if you pay attention, ever since Sila dropped that Ethiopian Bible, Product of Rome, on side channel back on Thanksgiving or Thanksgiving, it's been on. We've been right there. We've been right. Okay, nigga, let's rock these. You dig? And we've been dropping back to back, feeding off each other. Greek, Roman and Greek influence of the New Testament. Paul's theology, the Logos, and man, look, bro, been dropping. I'm like, bro, listen to me. I got you. I'm right behind you. And what has happened here, man, is that the message, the true message that Yahshua the Nazarene, the mission that he left to those in charge, has been hijacked and converted and manipulated to fit a certain narrative. It's been manipulated to fit a certain narrative, you know what I mean? And to be more accommodating to, you know, a Roman or a Greek crowd than, you know, just maintaining the same discipline and order dealing with the whole Nazarene situation. So again, the true Heir of the Nazarene, James the Just versus Paul of Tarsus, competing visions of the early Jesus or Yeshua movement. All right, so who's the heir? Meaning, who's the leader? Who was given the authority, you know what I mean, and the teachings and the know-how to continue this mission, to continue this word, you know what I mean, once certain martyrdoms and deaths start taking place. You dig? Was it the man on the right? Or the biological brother of Yeshua on the left? Let's see. Historical and literary works about James the Just, the brother of Messiah. Good night, man. Source. That's one thing it is. We sourced up. I don't look. Listen to me. If you got a problem, debunk the sources. All right. If you got a problem, you know what I mean, go smell your own breath somewhere. Debunk the sources. Let me move this like this so y'all can don't cover that up. Let's taste. Hold on. All right. This is out of my actual book. All right. Source. Not Seen in Post, Not Seen Fathers, 2nd edition, page 361. James, who was called the brother of the Lord or brother of Jesus, Yeshua, surnamed the Just, the son of Joseph, by another wife. I don't know about that. That don't even make sense. As some think, but as appears to me, the son of Mary, sister of the mother of our Lord. So you telling me Miriam or Mary, the mother of Yahshua, had a sister named Mary? Look, one thing that these writers of history do, they do a lot of double writing and rewriting to keep you confused. It's the same thing with like Josephus and then the Gospels. All them niggas that you read about in the New Testament is around during the fall of Jerusalem in the 70s. Hold on, but Jesus died back in the 30s. And these was old men back then. The same characters are there. Gamaliel, Ananias, Saul, all the Herods, Bernice. Like everybody's there. All the players that you read about in the New Testament are there during the fall of Jerusalem 40 or 50 years later. Make that make sense. I'm going to jump down to the underline. Look at this. Hegesippus, who lived near the apostolic age, in the 5th book of his commentaries, writing of James, says, after the apostles, James, the brother of the Lord. This is Yahshua's brother. Make no mistake about it. The brother of the Lord, surnamed the Just or the Righteous, was made head of the church at where? Jerusalem. Many indeed are called James. This one, and James, and if you're saying his name in the Hebrew, is Jacob or Yaakov. Yaakov. All right. James is a more English way of saying Jacob, just to let y'all know. All right. So like we say, except Jesus, Yahshua, or Joshua, Yahshua, James is Yaakov. John is Yohanan. You see what I'm saying? Look at this right here. He said, many indeed are called James. This one was holy from his mother's womb, meaning separated from his mother, dedicated from the womb. He was a Nazir. Look, he drank neither wine nor strong drink. So no Don Julio for him. He drank neither wine nor strong drink. Look at this right here. Ate no flesh. These brothers was lifelong, what you call plant-based. From the womb. Neither shave, meaning he never let a razor touch his head. So that means he had long, knotty hair. Long dreadlock, knotty shit. Salute to my brothers. Salute the knotty dreadhead man. So this James, the biological brother of Yeshua, never drank any type of strong drink or wine. He never ate. He never went to Wingstop and got a 50-piece wing meal. That means he didn't eat lamb either. Never shaved, so he wasn't, clean shaven, or anointed himself with ointment or bathed. Dang, he ain't bathed. Y'all make sure y'all wash y'all stinking rear ends now. Source: Gospel of the Nazarenes, aka Gospel of the Hebrews, page 4 and 15. My book again. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, how we get down, we ain't just, putting stuff up. Man, we actually got these books. We actually got them. Actually went and got them, spent money on them, opened them up, read them, highlighted, old school, and got it done. You see that? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Man, last I heard, man, they were selling this online for $3,000. I got this about 5 years ago. I think I got this for like $25. Somebody told me they wanted this so bad that they spent $3,500 for it online. I say, don't you ever in your life spend on $3,500 on this. You could have had mine. You could have got it to Macabee and look, you could have bought mine for half the price. I got it already underlined and marked up and everything. $3,500 sound good right now. I don't know what y'all talking about. $3,500 is right up. Look, will be right on time for me right now. You did, but yeah, they selling this online for thousands of dollars now. Thousands. People buying them. All right. Look at this. Show you. Miriam and Messiah was up under a Nazarite vow. Page 4 and page 15. Look at this. This is what Miriam was told when she got pregnant with Yahshua. Verse 7. Therefore you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh. So that means, Miriam, if you got to keep your covenant, that means you already up under that. Huh? Look what Miriam was told when she found out she was pregnant. Therefore, you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh, nor drink strong drink. For this child, speaking of Yeshua, shall be filled with the Holy Spirit, consecrated to the Lord, a Nazarite from him, mama womb. And neither flesh nor strong drink shall he take, nor shall a razor touch his head. So we got the history, and then we got the literature. So now we at a place where the history and the literature agree. Huh? And yes, we're talking about James, but we had to establish that his mama and his brother was under the same type of lifestyle. So we can take it a step further now and say his whole family was on this. Huh? What you mean? It was just his mama and her 2 sons. What about her daughters? What about the rest of their sons? Look, if Miriam or Mary is a Nazarite, she don't eat no flesh and drink no wine and strong drink, and Yahshua don't do it, you dig? And James don't do it. How about we take it a step further and say what? The whole family was on this type of lifestyle. This is a way of life. You see? And this is important to understand before examining the letters of Paul. Because even if he ain't directly talking about them, he's talking about them. Because this is the lifestyle they live. You see? So y'all drop a 12,000 in the chat if you understand that this Nazarite lifestyle, this Essene lifestyle, of no flesh, no razor, and no Don Julio. This is how they rock and this is how they lived. If y'all understand that, drop a 12,000 in the chat. Macabee ain't making none of this up. The history and the literature agree. Good night. Yes, who you call the mother of God? Hail Mary? No. That's not even, that's what I'm saying. They ain't do nothing, y'all, but they're mocking you. This was a bloodline. This was a family thing. You see? And now you turn their mama into this perpetual virgin who never got penetrated, and now she's the mother of God. What in the hell is really going on here? No, Miriam was up under the same type of vow and discipline that her whole family, her children, her husband, all them rock like this. You see, we ain't making none of this up. We ain't making none of it up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We talk about the things you Negroes are scared to even whisper. You scared because you'll lose your congregation. You'll lose your social status. Me, I can give less than a half of a damn. And if it's the truth, we're going to bring it out. And whoever don't like it just got to deal with it. Care nothing about what you like, what you feel. And so what? So what? Your feelings really don't mean nothing in the grand scheme of life. I'm going to be honest with you. Huh? Think about it. If you got to cross this raging river, is it going to slow down because you scared? If you got to climb this high-ass mountain to live, is the mountain going to bend for you to climb it? No. No. Sink or swim. Arise to the occasion or die. That's what this life is about. Don't care nothing about you being happy or sad about it. You got to get across that river, don't you? You being afraid or angry about it means absolutely zero. So if that's the case, we ain't caring nothing about that. Gospel of the Nazarenes, page 15. Let me show y'all this. Watch this. Verse 21 at the bottom, and the Lord said, out of Egypt have I called my son, who shall be called the Nazarene. And he arose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. And they came and dwelt in a place called Nazareth, where dwelt Nazarites and Essenes. And he was called the Nazarene. It also came to pass in the second year of Jesus' life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called who? James. Really? Meaning one who is just and righteous before the Lord, one who is of the true Israel. As with Yeshua and Yohanan, his cousin, he, James, was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from him, mama womb, according to the way. See? Walk you down with all this info. And most of y'all don't even know, man. You just Paul this and Paul. And what does it say in the Greek? You don't realize how goofy you niggas sound, man. You sound goofy. You ain't even slowed down. I'm like, hold on, bro. We actually going the wrong way with this. We're going the wrong way. Turn all this down. I'm calling my phone. My bad, y'all. Phone keep getting hit. Look at this. So James, John the Baptist, Yeshua, the Messiah, right? Their parents, they brothers and sisters all live like this. You see, James is rocking the same way Yeshua rocked, the same way John, his cousin, rocked, the same way his mom and father rocked. Ain't nothing new. This is what they do. In later years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justice, and Simeon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. You see, I got the references right there, Galatians 1:19. Even your boy Paul got to admit that James is the brother of the Messiah, and he's an apostle. Mark 6:3. Matthew 13:53-55. Mark 16:1. It's all here, man. You see? Easy money. Let's keep going. Source: Eusebius of Caesarea. And this is the 3rd century. What's his book? Ecclesiastical History, Book 2, Chapter 23. Eusebius preserves quotes from earlier writers, particularly Hegesippus and Clement of Alexandria, about James's life and death. Eusebius narrative, right? Expanded narrative quotes from Hegesippus. Look what he's saying. What do you say? James, the brother of the Lord, succeeded to the government of the church in conjunction with the apostles. So they all admitting that the one who got the authority over the movement after the Messiah is martyred or killed is his brother James. They all saying it. They all saying it. All of them. He has been called the just by all from the time of our Savior to the present day. He was holy from his mother's womb, and he drank no wine, nor strong drink, nor did he eat flesh. No razor came upon his head. He did not anoint himself with oil, and he did not use the bath. Y'all, please wash y'all stinking rear ends. All right, that's his business. I don't know what that means. Take no bath. I don't know. I take showers and baths. I don't, you know. He alone was permitted to enter into the holy place, for he wore not woolen but linen garments. And he was in the habit of entering alone into the temple, and was frequently found upon his knees, begging forgiveness for the people. Quoted from Hegesippus, 2nd century. Early 2nd century, late 1st century, to be exact with you. Via Eusebius, Church History 2.23.4-7. Now, Eusebius is Constantine's bishop. Yeah, the nigga Constantine that started, made Christianity an official religion of the Roman Empire. His chief bishop was Eusebius. The Hegesippus, 2nd century, via Eusebius, lost works, fragments preserved by Eusebius. James, the Lord's brother, succeeded to the government of the church in conjunction with the apostles. He has been universally called the just. He drank no wine nor other intoxicating liquor, nor did he eat flesh. No razor came upon his head. He did not anoint himself with oil nor make use of the bath. He was frequently found upon his knees, begging forgiveness for the people. Hegesippus. James's lifestyle versus Saul's doctrine. No razor ever touched the head of James, meaning he had long dreadlocked hair. Saul of Tarsus. Isn't it obvious that it is disgraceful for a man to have long hair? Negro, what? And even if you're not talking about them directly, you are talking because he got long hair. A razor never touched his head. So are you saying all these brothers, from Messiah to his brothers to John to Miriam to his whole family, are you saying that the men who never got a haircut, are you saying the men who never shaved their heads were disgraceful? What are you saying? Because either it's a disgrace for a man to have long hair, or it ain't. And if it is, then that statement even applies to the rulers, the leaders of the Messianic movement coming out of Jerusalem. The main one in charge is Yahshua's brother. That's his brother. That's 1 Corinthians 11:14 NLT. Same verse in a different version. Does not nature itself teach you that for a man to wear long hair is degrading to him? Your boy Saul is just making up stuff as he go, man. He's just making it up. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the stuff that he talking about ain't even in the Torah nowhere. That's all they would have had to go off of. He running around here spewing information out based off his own personal revelation. He's not teaching you, when he's talking about this right here, he ain't teaching you nothing that's objective and concrete. Where did you get this saying from? James, like his brother Yeshua, his mother Miriam, his cousin John, and other apostles were plant-based and didn't consume flesh. What does Saul of Tarsus say about this? For one believe that he may eat all things. I don't know what belief that is. That means, boy, you can eat another man if you want to. Octopus, squid, a hog's ass. And then look what he say. Another who is weak eateth herbs. Hold on. Don't you ever bring scared business to me. Hold on. What? Where is he quoting this from, that the one who is weak eateth herbs? The man making stuff up as he go. And you just licking your finger. Oh, Saul was a scholar. He also was a scholar in Greek mythology and Greek poets and playwrights. Look what it say in the NLT. For instance, One person believes it's all right to eat anything. Who? Huh? But another believer with a sensitive conscience. The one he calling weak, he saying, oh, them niggas sensitive. They got long hair, it's disgraceful. If they don't eat meat, he got a sensitive conscience. He's weak in faith. Wow. This your man's? This your man's in them? For instance, one person believes it's all right to eat anything, but another believer with a sensitive conscience will eat only vegetables. Dang. Paul firing shots. Who he talking about? He got a problem with the long hair. He got a problem with the plant-based. He firing shots. He's saying, look, if you only eat herbs, you're weak in faith. You got a sensitive conscience. Look what it say in the NET. One person believes in eating everything, but the weak person eats only vegetables. So, bro, you calling Adam and Eve in them weak? You calling Judah Maccabee in them weak? You calling Daniel in them weak? You for sure calling Messiah, James, his mama, John the Baptist, Peter, and all. You got all these people weak with sensitive conscience. This your man's though. Look at this. James gave an order about abstaining from meats offered to idols. Saul of Tarsus, who you know is Paul. Saul of Tarsus. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. Why? For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. That's the KJV. Let's read in the ESV. Get clear understanding. This man is saying, eat whatsoever is sold in the meat market. Hold on. You've been told to abstain from meats offered to idols. That's what you teach. How did you get out of that? Eat whatever you want to eat. He's not obeying the orders that he got from James the just, who was put in charge over this movement by his brother Yeshua. He ain't following the orders. Paul is doing his own thing. He telling them in Corinth, you can eat whatever the hell you want. And don't ask no questions about it. On the ground of conscience. Why? For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Look at this. Verse 27. If one of the unbelievers, if somebody who don't even believe like you believe, or if one of the unbelievers invites you to dinner and you are disposed to go, eat whatever is set before you. What if they put gator meat before you? What if they put some hog head cheese before you? What if they put a pig ear sandwich before you? What do you mean eat whatever is in front of you? That ain't it. Look, that ain't in Torah nowhere. This your man's though. This your man's. And y'all keep quoting this cat as if he's qualified. This dude was on one on a major league level. And he was against the brothers in Jerusalem. He was against them. I'm talking about all the way against them. If one of the unbelievers invites you to dinner and you are disposed to go, eat whatever is set before you without raising any question on the ground of conscience. Wow. But if someone says to you, this has been offered in sacrifice, then do not eat of it for the sake of the one who informs you and for the sake of conscience. So he's saying you can eat whatever you want unless they tell you it's offered to an idol. Bro, listen to me. Regardless if they tell you it is or it's not, don't mean it ain't offered to an idol. Regardless if I tell you I washed my hands or didn't, don't mean I ain't just finished wiping my rear end when I came out the back. Oh, I washed my hands, brother. Oh, I can shake it. I can shake your hand then because you told me you washed your hands. But what if he didn't? What if he didn't? right? Just because someone tells you or don't tell you that it's offered to an idol, don't make it offered to an idol. Huh? If they tell you or not, don't mean it hasn't happened. So he's saying, oh, but if they say it's offered to an idol, don't eat it for the sake of the one who told you that it's sacrificed to an idol. Not because, don't eat it, not because it's against the Torah. It's against the orders I received. We're not supposed to be eating meat offered to idols. You know what I mean? Period. It's not a suggestion. It's not advice. It's a mandate. Don't be eating meat offered to idols. And surely amongst all these Gentile nations that y'all preaching in, that when you go to the meat market and grab these meats, surely the majority of them are meats that have been offered to idols. How do you know that? Because it ain't been slain and processed how the Torah say it's supposed to be slain and processed. So that makes it offered to an idol. And that's why the brothers and them stayed away from the flesh. You see? Look, today the Jewish people got something called kosher. Where do you think they get it from? Your food has to be prepped a certain way, according to the law y'all claim y'all stand on, or it's an abomination, even if it's lamb, goat, the stuff you can eat, supposedly, even if it is quote unquote lawful meat. If it ain't prepared properly, it's considered an abomination. So Paul is saying, well, you can eat whatever the hell you want to eat, but if they say it's offered to an idol, don't eat it based off the one who told you it is. He ain't saying based off, hey, the Torah say don't eat that. He's saying don't eat it because of the one who informs you. The man is just making stuff up as he go. Watch this. Watch this. 1 Timothy 4, 1 through 3. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. Oh, good night. Speaking lies and hypocrisy. In Galatians, he already called the apostles hypocrites. Having their conscience sure with a hot iron, forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats. Well, listen to me, Paul. You already been told to abstain from meats offered to idols. And you're supposed to teach the Gentiles the same thing. Mighty funny that you call this a doctrine of devils. This ain't no prophecy about the created gang in 2,000 years later. Paul was already under the mandate and the order to abstain from meats offered to idols. He's firing shots. He don't agree with what's being said. And that's why he said you can eat whatever the hell you want. Whatever they sell in the meat markets, eat it and don't ask no questions for conscience sake. The earth is the Lord's. If an unbeliever bids you to a feast, whatever they put in front of you, eat and don't ask no questions for conscience sake. But if they come out and say, oh, we offer this the best or geb. He say, don't eat it for the sake of the one who's serving you the food and told you. No, you don't eat it because it's against the Torah, you idiot. You know. Let's get into this. Source, Clementine Homilies. Let's show you how did Peter eat. Page 195. Look at the highlighted section. He said, however, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives and rarely potted vegetables, herbs. Peter say he don't got $5 horse throwing grapes down his throat. He ain't getting pampered and, laying on ostrich feather pillows. Man live a simple, rough life. And what he eat is not steak and eggs. The man said he eat bread, olives, and vegetables. Clementine Homilies, page 195, my book again. So Peter agrees with James and Yahshua and Miriam and the family, John and them. He said this is how he eat. This is matter of life. Paul saying eat whatever the hell you want. It don't matter. And don't ask no questions for conscience sake. The hell is really going on here? This your man's? You vouch for this nigga? Look what Peter say again, the golden rule. Page 131. The people that got real sick because they was eating meats off of the idols. It's homily 7, page 1. That's 131. Yeah, 131. All right. Right here is the blew up section of it. Right here. Right up here. We're gonna start a little bit above this golden rule right here. A little bit before the highlighted section. Right here. It say, as then, when you partook of meat offered to idols, you became servants to the prince of evil. In like manner, if you cease from these things and flee for refuge to God through the good prince of his right hand, honoring him without sacrifices, without having to kill something to eat, by doing whatsoever he wills, know of a truth that not only will your bodies be healed, so they letting you know, man, a lot of the diseases that we got or that the people have is foodborne. And it comes from that chewing on animals. Shout out to Ima Huba. She coined that for me. Chewing on animals. Huh? He's like, look, if you stop all that, you'll recover your soul's health. Your bodies will be healed. But not right now, you eat meat 3 times a day. Know of a truth that not only will your bodies be healed, but your souls also will become what? Healthy. See, these brothers already knew what it was and how to get the body back in line and in harmony. They already knew. For he only, destroying with his left hand, can quicken with his right. He only can both smite and raise the fallen. The golden rule. Wherefore, as then you were deceived by the forerunner Simon, and so became dead in your souls to God and were smitten in your bodies. So now if you repent, as I said, and submit to those things which are well-pleasing to God, you may get new strength to your bodies and recover your soul's health. These brothers was big on health. Mrs. Peter out the Nazarene literature. And the things which are well-pleasing to God are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to touch blood. See that? Brothers wasn't around her chewing on, eating hog head cheese, eating a listening sandwich, a pigger sandwich, tripe. Come on, man. What is meat offered to idol according to the Torah? I asked your boy Captain Zoi out there. That nigga ran to Paul. I was like, dang. I asked that boy that. I said, according to the Torah, what is meat offered to idols? The nigga ran to Paul. He ran to Paul. I said, according to the Torah, what is it? God, man. This stuff is starting to get ridiculous. Starting to get ridiculous, man. Shout out to Cosmo and Cal in the building. What's the word? What's the word? So what is it? Meats offered to idols according to the Torah. The people must no longer be unfaithful to the Lord by offering sacrifices to the goat idols. This is a permanent law for them to be observed from generation to generation. Leviticus 17:7, coming out the NLT. All right, let's read it. Leviticus 17:3-7. What man soever there be at the house of Israel that kills an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or they killeth it out of the camp, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle or the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. So right out the gate, if you out there killing lawful, what you call lawful meats, Israelites eat oxtails. For Israelites for sure eat lamb, Passover and all that, goat. So this right here is the lawful meat that you can eat, right? According to the biblical narrative, There are meats you can eat, but most of y'all don't understand is that meat got to be prepared a certain way. This ain't pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters right here. It's the meats you can eat, right? We'll say if you kill this food right here and you don't bring it to the priest, to the tabernacle, in our case, it will be a temple, but we don't have a temple no more. We don't got a priest at the altar anymore. You don't got the provisions in place for you to eat any meat. That's why bro stop eating it. And you say, look, if you ain't doing that, if you ain't bringing your dead flesh to the temple, to the priest, to make an offering, then guess what? You can shed innocent blood. And you should be cut off from among the people. Now, how many of y'all out here eating Popeye chicken sandwiches and wing stopping? You know, and look, none of that has been slain or processed how the Torah says it's supposed to be. So guess what? It's iniquity. And why you think brothers don't deal with the flesh no more? A lot of us, we don't even deal with it. The provisions ain't even in place for you to eat it. You ain't got no temple or no priest officiate at no altar. For you to be for your food that you're about to throw down your throat to be accepted as clean. See, it's foods you can eat according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14. Yeah, but you skip Leviticus 17. You skip Leviticus 7. That food got to be prepped a certain way, and it can't be dead. Look, it can't be dead 3 days. It got an expiration date on it. If you come eating that flesh after 3 days or 3 days and after, guess what? It's an abomination to you. Yes, the lamb, the goat, and the ox is an abomination to you. All right, we're going to read. Watch this. To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle or the congregation, unto the priests, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. We're going to go see what a peace offering is. The foods you run down and hunt and kill for the village so the village can eat and all that, that's a peace offering. That's a peace offering. But you got to bring that to the priest at the temple, at the altar for it to be processed properly. If not, what you're eating is meat offered to idols. It don't matter if the nigga said it's offered to an idol or not, like Paul said. Paul said, well, if he says it's offered to an idol, don't eat for the sake of him that told you. Here he go freestyling again. Here he go just making it up as he go, winging his answers. That's all he doing. No, it's offered to an idol if it ain't been brought to the priest that officiates at the altar at the temple to be properly processed before you go eat it. Guess what? It's abomination. You just shed innocent blood. And you shall be cut off from amongst your people. Look what the priest got to do when you bring the blood of your slain beast to them. This is what the priest got to do. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation and burn the fat. So that means he had to cut them organs out. And burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Lord. Think about it, y'all. Even when you go fishing, when you catch fish, do you just bite into the fish or don't you cut it in half? Don't you gut it? Get all the guts off of it. Chop the head off. Don't you process fish before you eat it and cook it? Y'all, it's the same with the animals you eat on. It has to be processed a certain way. It got to be prepared for you. And there's a process in Torah by which you're supposed to prepare your food or your meat. And if those provisions are not in place, what you're eating is meats offered to idols. What you're eating is an abomination. And you stand in jeopardy of being cut off from among your people. And this is for those who are up under the biblical narrative. If you are bound to that, this is what you got to live by then. What you mean? All right, notice the Lord say the smell of burnt fat and flesh smell good. Okay? Okay, you dealing with a deity or not? Look at this. Verse 7. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils or the goat idols, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. The devils in that verse, or I got it up here in NLT, idols. The people must no longer be unfaithful to the Lord by offering sacrifices to the goat idols. This is a permanent law for them to be observed from generation to generation. Look at that. So meats offered to idols, according to the Torah, are the meats that have not been properly processed by a priest officiating at the altar in the temple. So in our case, there is no temple. There are no altars that a priest is officiating in. Hell, there ain't even no priest. Who the hell you finna go get, Gorilla Hebrew? Who the hell you finna go get? Gorilla Hebrew? The Negro who like getting his cheeks clapped by his broad? No. Nah, man, stop it. Just stop. This is why, biblically speaking, you're not even supposed to be eating that shit, man. None of it has been processed and prepared out of Torah, especially you Negroes who boast in the law. Niggas, the Negroes sound like Judge Dredd. It's the law. Well, the law is saying that if you don't bring your dead flesh to the priest at the temple, officiate at the altar, and if the priest don't sprinkle that blood and cut that fat off them organs and burn it as a sweet savor unto the Lord, that flesh you eating is considered offered to devils, idols, and you stand in jeopardy of being cut off. That's what make it offered to idols, not because a Negro twisted his lips and said, "Oh, by the way, this is made. We made this in dedication to Zeus." Or Osiris. Stop it, man. That's not what the script say. You see? Look at this, 13. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunt and catch any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. Y'all see that? Dang, my bad. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? So even you out there hunting, like, oh, those are just sacrifices. We hunt and catch our food. Well, look what you supposed to do with the food or the meat that you've been hunting. Look what you supposed to do. You hunt your land animals, and you catch your fish. That's your fishing. Don't you catch fish? Don't they get out there and hunt these animals down during all that? And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunt and catch any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. Did that happen? No. So you ain't pouring the blood out. You ain't covering it with dust. You ain't got a priest to bring it to at no temple, at no altar. The priest can't sprinkle the blood, cut the fat off the organs, and burn it as a sweet savor to the Lord. Well, if that's the case, the meat that you are eating is considered offered to idols, and you stand in jeopardy of being cut off from amongst your people. And trip off this, y'all, that meat that can be eaten, it ain't pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. That's an abomination. It's lamb, it's ox, and it's goat. So if you understand that Torah gives a specific breakdown on what meats offered to idols is, y'all drop a 10,000 in the chat. Look, this is easy money. Dead flesh has an expiration date. Torah again. And you would think these Negroes who taunt themselves as scholars in Torah would know this. You know what I mean? Like it's Bible. We'll come over to the shallow end of the pool. You dig? And when you over there with your floaties on, look, bro, stand up, take these damn floaties off. You're not about to drown, man. You dig? Look, this is what you're supposed to be doing. So again, 2025, we spent bombing you niggas out the water. This year is the year of the mop. We just here to clean you up. You know, calm down, brother. It's all good. It's gonna be okay. You know what I mean? Here to put your binky on. Here your sippy cup. You dig? This is how you handle up and act out here. It's time to clean the whole because the HOK, the conscious community, should I say, is a mess. Don't worry, we're here to clean it up for you. Dead flesh has an expiration date according to the Torah. Here you go going into your deep freezer, unthawing some beef ribs that's been in there a whole year. No, y'all. No. So we doing this thing all backwards. We doing it all backwards. You ain't got no priest. You ain't got no temple. You don't got no altar. You ain't got no fat off no organs. You ain't got no blood sprinkled. The burn is a sweet savor. You ain't poured the blood of the fish you caught or the animal you hunted onto the ground and covered it with dust. You ain't did none of this stuff that's required of you so you don't be eating meats off of the idols. So when James told Paul, abstain from meats off of the idols, this is what he meant. He was telling them, hey, tell them to stop eating that meat up there. Stop eating that flesh. He already been a lifelong Nazarene. He don't eat flesh anyway. But he telling them stop eating flesh because all that meat they eating up in them Gentile areas are meats off of the idols. Why? Because it ain't been properly processed like this. This is meat that's been, whether it's been hunted or dedicated to Diana of Ephesus. It's ass backwards. So he was telling them, hey, tell them to get up off that flesh. Get up off that flesh. Paul doubles back and say, eat whatever is sold in the meat markets. Don't ask no questions for conscience sake. That ain't what you was told, Jack. That ain't what you was told. See, so now you're doing your own thing. You bringing something totally different. You bringing a whole nother gospel. You got a whole nother message. Dead flesh has an expiration date. Let me look at the chat real quick. Make sure y'all cool. Yeah, well. Oh, man. What's up? Shout out to my brother, Abriya in the bit. What's the word? Yeah, hog head cheese. Yeah, boy. Look that up, boy. Hey, that's some St. Louis shit, boy. All my uncles and them, uncles, my pops, that niggas used to eat a hog head cheese. Look that up. You'll be like, dang, that's crazy. That niggas used to eat a hog head cheese. My Uncle Bo, this nigga, boy, I'm talking about pig ear sandwiches, nigga with mustard and a thing with one onion on that deal and some mustard. That nigga eat they call them listening sandwiches. This nigga's eating the pig's ear. Shout out to my Uncle Bo, man. I ain't seen Ray Bo in a minute. Ray Bo wild, man. But that nigga was eating listening sandwiches. Pig ear sandwiches. Shout out to Bodo, man. Love you, Unc. You already know. But look, he ain't ashamed. It ain't like I'm saying something he ashamed about. These niggas showed it. Showed who? Nigga Bo crazy. Nah, I don't say well, if I look cold, then I must not be what you think I am. You know what I mean? I thought that was Abia. My bad, Abri. I thought that was the homeboy Abia. Abaya, should I say? My bad. Shout out to T Brew. Yeah, I thought that was Abaya, my bruh. I'm so sorry. Please forgive your brother. Charge it to my head, not my heart. You feel me? Like, okay. I'm in the loo. Nigga, it's 20 degrees up in this deal. And it's some snow flurries outside. Yeah. Look at this right here. Dead flesh has an expiration date. Leviticus 7:15-18. The flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. Remember, Leviticus 17 was talking about the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. So that dead flesh that you kill for food that you're supposed to eat, the food, the meats that you eat are peace offerings. They're peace offerings. And that's supposed to be eaten the same day that it is offered. None should be left until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. And on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted. Neither shall it be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be what? An abomination. And the soul that eateth of it shall bear his iniquity. Oh, wait. So you got bros that be like, well, I ain't the one that killed it, but I ate it though. If you eat of it, if you eat it on the third day or after, it's bad news. It's bad news. You ain't supposed to eat that. It's an abomination. And the soul that eat of any dead flesh after it's been dead 3 days, you're eating abomination and it's iniquity or sin to you. You see why the gang stay away from the flesh? Amongst other things. But if we talking about biblically speaking, then this why. This is why. If you want to talk about Bible, then yeah, you ain't supposed to be eating it because the provisions ain't in place for you to properly slaughter and slay these animals and eat them according to the very Torah that you stand on. Dead flesh has an expiration date. Let's show you somebody famous in the scripture that obeyed this. Because you may think, oh, that's a private and fancy breakdown, Malaki. My elder never told me this. But Judah Maccabee abstained from flesh. Say it loud for the niggas in the back not listening. Judah Maccabee abstained from flesh. Really? And he comes from a family of priests. And they knew how to slaughter animals. They knew what to do with the blood and how to cut the organs out. What would make him abstain from flesh? Let's read. 2 Maccabees 5:11-16, verse 21 and 26-27. Look at this. Now when this that was done came to the king's call, he thought that Judea had revolted. Whereupon, removing out of Egypt in a furious mind, he took the city by force of arms and commanded his men of war not to spare such as they met and to slay such as went up upon the houses. There's all calamity being poured out. Our people getting slaughtered. Thus there was killing of young and old, making away of men, women, and children, slaying of virgins and infants. These damn Greeks poured into Jerusalem and got the slaying like it was a sport. Look at this. And there were destroyed within the space of 3 whole days. Ironic, 3 days, right? 80,000. These Greeks poured into Jerusalem, into the land of Judea, and killed 80,000 of your people. You think Judah Maccabee and them was off eating steak and eggs? Talking about some, go ahead and skin that lamb so we can chew on some lamb? We hungry? Where 40,000 were slain in the conflict and no fewer sold and slain. A lot of us sold in slavery. A lot of us stood up and fought against it. So the gang of us didn't and was slain. They was killing our infants. They was killing old, young, virgins, didn't matter. Verse 15. Yet was he not content with this, but presumed to go into the most holy temple. So the temple's under attack. You don't have a temple today. The temple was under attack. Remember that. Of all the world, Menelaus, that traitor to the laws and to his own country, being this guy. So he was a sellout Israelite that got down with the Greeks and told them where our stash was and how we, had riches laid up in the temple in Jerusalem. Because he wanted to get down with the Greeks, he pointed out where the stash was. A sellout Negro named Menelaus. Look at this. And taking the holy vessels with polluted hands and with profane hands, pulling down the things that were dedicated by other kings to the augmentation and glory and honor the place, he gave them away. The temple was under attack and being robbed, plundered. Remember that. 21. So when Antiochus had carried out of the temple 1,800 talents, that's talents of gold, y'all. Good night. He departed in all haste unto Antiochia, weaning in his pride, to make the land navigable and the sea passable by foot. Such was the hardiness of his mind. This cat thought he could make the sea passable by foot. He thought he had the authority he had enough authority and power that he could pass over the sea on his feet. So he slew all them that were going to the celebrating of the Sabbath and running through the city with weapons, slew great multitudes. But Judah Maccabee, with 9 others or thereabout, withdrew himself into the wilderness and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts, with his company, who fed on what? Herbs, vegetables, continually, lest they should be partakers of the pollution. What pollution? The temple was under attack. The priests are under attack. The altar is profaned. If you don't got a temple, priest, and an altar, how in the hell are you eating any meat? How? Judah Maccabee knew it. You see what he was eating on continually? Herbs. You don't have a temple today. You don't have a priest. You don't have an altar. To make sure the meat you about to eat is processed or, prepared properly according to the Torah you claim you live by. If you don't got those things in place, the meat you eating is meat offered to idols. It's an abomination, and you stand in jeopardy of being cut off. And now we have a biblical example of a famous man in scriptures, who didn't eat flesh because the temple, priest, and altar were not available. They were not available. Just like they weren't available then, they for damn sure ain't available now. So guess what? Every piece of meat you Negroes eat at Passover, every piece of meat you Negroes eat watching the Super Bowl, watching playoff football, ordering pans and pans of Yardbird chicken wings, chicken tenders, all of it is abomination. All of it is meats offered to idols. If you understand that, y'all drop an 8,000 in the chat, baby. We rolling. Oh, we shout out to T-Brew. What you say, boy? 4 years and more. Yeah, going on 5 for me. Yeah, it's going on 5 for me, man. Food coloring to make your hamburger meat. Yeah, that brew. We got some food coloring to make your hamburger meat look fresh, straight up. Good night. Okay. I see y'all in the building. Yeah. And we say during the Super Bowl, it's wild, ain't it, T-Bro? I'm telling you. Boy, the meat consumption skyrockets during the Super Bowl. Playoff football, Super Bowl, man, the meat consumption skyrockets. Look at this. Look at this. James never drank wine or strong liquor. What does Paul say? Drink no longer water. Drink no longer water. Wow. But use a little wine for your stomach's sake and thine often infirmities. Source, let's get back to it. Gospel of Thomas, 2nd century CE. Logan 12, Nag Hammadi manuscript. The disciples said to Jesus, we know that you will depart from us. Who will be our leader? Jesus said to them, no matter where you are, it is to James the just that you shall go, for whose sake heaven and earth have come into being. Good night, boy. Jesus' little brother must have really been that dude. He must have really been that dude, man. You know what I mean? And when he say for the sake of heaven and earth, for whose sake heaven and earth have come into being, that's a Hebrew idiom. It's just basically letting you know, look, little bro, when it come down to that righteousness, he really about that life. He really about that life. He was called James the Just, or Yaakov Hatzedek, James the Righteous. And even Messiah had to give his bro props. Like, hey, look, you really want to get down, go holler at my little bro. My little bro get busy. Huh? So that's in the Gospel of Thomas. I heard that what's that elder that sound like he got Asmodeus, got a damn demon in his throat. The so-called apostle to be on Side TV. He was over there. That book is not accepted. And the Bible tell you that James run it. You just speed reading past it, elder, because you're not no apostle. I told you that on Side TV a while ago. According to the Bible, you hold you're not an apostle. James is the one that Yahshua passed the leadership to. It's James. He just said, no matter where you at in the world, while at him. While at my little bruh. Alternate wording from another academic translation. Wherever you are, you will turn to James the Just, for whose sake heaven and earth were produced. What? Man, y'all better leave me alone. Let's get into the Clementine literature, or the Nazarene scene literature, 2nd century. Uh-oh. What is this, Malachi? Huh? What is this, Malachi? This is the epistle of Clement to James. Clementine homilies, or the Nazarene scene literature. I dropped like 110 Nazarene editions 5 years ago. I left a trail for any brother and sister that wanted to find out what we was on. I left a breadcrumb for you. We ain't just say later for y'all, you're doomed. The hell with you. Even those who fancy themselves as my enemies, I left a trail for you to find us. All this stuff I brought out 5 years ago. 5 years ago, and y'all still ain't caught up. Y'all still stuck on Paul, stuck on Saul. You've been compromised. Dude was doing his own thing. He was not doing what Messiah and them started. He never met Messiah. Everything with him is all revelation based off a vision that he had. But can't nobody verify that vision? Yeah, man, it wasn't just one vision. There had to be a gang of them, because this nigga claiming he been taught all type of things. Look what Clement says to James. Look how Clement announces himself. And look what he says to James. He said, Clement to James, the Lord and the Bishop of Bishops, who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of the Hebrews, and the churches everywhere. Shout out to my brother Selah Shalom, and he was talking about Alexandrian Christianity and the Gospel of Mark, and you know what I mean? All them niggas are supposed to be up under James's orders. Whether you talking Rome, Alexandria, whether you talking further east, wherever you talking about, where the message was being proclaimed about our brother Yahshua, you dig? The leader of the whole movement is Yahshua's younger brother, James, and even Clement knew it. James rules all the churches everywhere. This ain't nothing new. You know what I mean? This is in the Bible. That's the crazy part about it. It's just you really not tripping off what you're looking at. It's in the Bible. Read it again. Clement to James, the Lord or Bishop of the Lord or Master, should I say, Clement to James, the Lord and the Bishop of bishops who rules Jerusalem, the Holy Church of the Hebrews, and the churches everywhere. Everywhere. So no matter where there's a congregation or an assembly that's established in Yahshua Messiah, they are under the orders and mandates of Yahshua's brother James. Clement even knew this. Excellently founded by the providence of God. So now he's like, look, the Almighty got this thing in order. All this is through the Almighty. With the elders and deacons and the rest of the brethren. Peace be always. Let's look at what Peter says to James. You know, look, we got all these books, man. Went and bought them years ago and just like, look, this right here, you dig? The Israelite community and the Christian community they are afraid of this. Because listen to me, what you realize is we've been going the wrong way this whole time. You have. You've been following. And look, it's crazy because Yahshua even said, you know, if they say I'm in the desert, don't believe it. Paul asks in the desert when he get his damn vision about a Jesus. Like, come on, bro. Like, you ain't really, man, look, he told you it was one coming that wasn't right. And you just skip right past Paul. You think this nigga just cool. Then why was there so much conflict with him? I'm talking about amongst the brothers. Why? Why? Because he was teaching something totally opposite than what he was told to teach. Look what Peter said. Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop of the Holy Church. Wow. And Peter was a top apostle, right? But when it comes to James, he had to get James his props. He had to salute him in his rank. Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop of the Holy Church under the Father of all. Through Yahshua Mashiach, which is peace always. Shout out to my brother Brian Joe in the building. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Let's keep going. What you think it's a game? What you think we playing? Oh, don't nobody believe those, Malachi? Okay. Well, let's go into the Bible. Is the Bible good enough for you? Bible good enough for you? Let's keep proving James is the one running this thing. Look at this. Holy Bible, Acts 12, 11, 13, 16 through 17. Acts is composed by Luke, 85 to 90 CE. I mean, a lot of this stuff is y'all written way after the life of Messiah. A lot of these things are backdated, but we just gonna deal with the biblical narrative, you dig? Because that's a whole nother topic. I mean, once you really get to digging and putting your pain in, your mind gonna be blown. You dig? Your mind gonna be blown. But look, we not here to turn you into blood drinking Luciferians. We're not here to turn you into no damn atheists. And no, we giving you something greater, the Almighty, the Creator. You dig? Who all the great men and women was speaking of. They're speaking about the Almighty, their Maker. Include who you calling Jesus. When they asked him how to pray, he said, Our Father. When he got tempted by the devil in the wilderness, he told the devil, I only serve the Almighty, and him only shall you worship and serve. Well, that's what I believe. That's how I'm rolling. Jesus told you no man has ever seen his Father at any time, nor heard his voice, or seen his form. That's how I'm rolling. There ain't none of you niggas seen the Creator. Ever. I believe that's how I'm rolling. What you mad at me for? Because it makes you go back and question all the stories you grew up reading and believing. Oh, hold on. Well, dang, who was that? That was the Jacob was wrestling with. But dang, who was that popped up on Abraham and he saw him? Or who was that showed Moses his back parts, his hind quarters? And then who was that Isaiah saw and Ezekiel saw? And I assume that was the Almighty. No. No. Ain't nobody ever seen the Almighty, ever. Because the Almighty is not in form and figure of his creation. Look what happens right here. Acts 12, 11, 13, 16. And when Peter was come to himself, he said, now I know of a surety that the Lord hath sent his angel and hath delivered me out of the hand of Herod and from all the expectation of the people of the Jews. As Peter knocked at the door of the gate, a damsel came to hearken named Rhoda. But Peter continued knocking, and when they had opened the door and saw him, they were astonished. But he beckoned unto them with the hand to hold their peace, declared unto them how the Lord had brought him out of prison. And he said, go show these things unto James and to the brethren. And he departed and went into another place. Now look at that. Why is it that when Peter is miraculously led up out of prison, he go tell the brothers and them, hey, go report to James, let them know what just happened here? Why? Why you got to send word to James? Why you don't got to send word to your brother Andrew? Huh? Why you ain't got to send word to Bartholomew? All these other guys. Why James? Because James is in charge, y'all. Let's go to Acts 15, 13, 18 through 21, and then 29. Look what it says. It says James's judgment or sentence Paul at Jerusalem. Acts 15 and 13. After they had held their peace, James answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. So it's thousands of people at this Jerusalem council. James has the preeminence. He stands up and say, listen, he gives a judgment. Right? Now look at this. Known unto God are all his works from the beginning of the world. Wherefore my sentence is. He's handing out a sentence. A judgment. Well, the judge is in charge of the courtroom. Huh? That means this man is in charge if he's given a sentence. Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to God, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols, and from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood. For Moses of old time having every city them that preach him, being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day. 29. That you abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, ye shall do well, fare ye well. We know what meats offered to idols is now, don't we? He was telling Paul, hey, put them up under strict food restrictions. Huh? Put them under strict food restrictions. They are not to be eating that meat up there. And that's coming from a man who never ate meat. He telling them, hey, look, if they want to get on with the movement, they got to come up off that flesh. Because every piece of flesh they eat up there or eating them Gentiles has not been properly prepared and processed. You know what I mean? How the Torah says. So if it wasn't properly prepared and processed then, you know for damn sure it ain't now. You had Wingstop, you had Popeyes, you had Cane's chicken. Getting all your chicken tenders and talking about it's wicked and finger licking good. That's what they talk about the Popeyes now. Oh, it's wicked. It's wicked good. It's wickedly good. I said, did this heifer just say that it's wickedly good? Oh, the chicken at Popeyes is wicked. I said, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It sure the hell is. Dang. And from blood and from things strangled and from fornication. For if you keep yourselves, from which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well, fare ye well. Holy Bible, Acts 21, 18 through 25. James and Paul at Jerusalem again. James is the cat that's running it, man. James is the cat that's running it. You dig? Peace and blessings, God. Nothing but love. Look at this. Acts 21, 18 through 25. The day following, Paul went in with us unto who? James. And all the elders were present. And when he had saluted them, he declared particularly what things God had wrought among the Gentiles by his ministry. When they heard it, they glorified the Lord and said unto him, you see, brother, this is what James telling him, you see, brother, how many thousands. So y'all, this is not a private meeting. It's thousands of people. It's thousands of Israelites present when Paul bring his monkey ass up in Jerusalem. You see, brother, how many thousands of Jews there are which believe. And they are all zealous of the law. They're zealots. James got zealots with him. James got thousands of hitters at his command up on that Temple Mount in Jerusalem when Paul come on up there. You see, brother, how many thousands of Israelites there are which believe. And they are all zealous of the law. And they are informed of you that you teach all the Jews which are among the Gentiles to forsake Moses, saying that they ought not circumcise their children, neither to walk after the custom. You're like, bro, well, we've been hearing about you. You've been out there teaching some madness. You see how many thousands of hitters we got right here, boy? And they ain't playing about that Torah. So what's up with you? We done heard you out here soft shoeing. You out here misdirecting and you know what I mean? Doing all type of madness when it come down to what's coming off your mouth. We done heard about you. It's thousands of people done heard about you. So then he say, what is it therefore? The multitude must needs come together, for they will hear that you are come. Do therefore this that we say to thee. We have 4 men which have a vow on them. Them take and purify yourself with them. And be at charges with them. Nigga, you finna pay for this vow they taking. You about to pay for it. Look. That they may shave their heads. And all may know that those things whereof they were informed concerning you or nothing. He put that boy right on blast. He say it's thousands of Israelites here. And we hear you out there teaching some unlawful things. Things that we never vouch for that. I didn't give you no letters to go out there and teach what you teach. So we said, check this out. What is it? All right, well, look, we got a few bros over here that's about to go ahead and take a vow. You gotta pay for it though. And you gotta come up under the same vow they coming up under. And once we see you pay for their vow and you come up under the same vow that they under, that's how we'll know that you walk orderly. That's how we know the things that we heard of you are just mere rumors, Paul. But nigga, we finna see right now. Oh, we put them right on blast. Put them right on front. We heard you out here teaching some madness, boy. Well, look, just so you can prove to us. Now, because there's thousands of hitters right here. No, you got to prove to us that what we hear about you is false. How you going to do that? You about to take the same vow these men taking. You going to shave your head, and you going to pay for their vow and yours. And if you do all that, we'll know that the things we hear about you is just a rumor. Put that boy on blast. You hear me? Look what he say. He said, and all may know that those things they were informed concerning thee are nothing, but that you yourself also walk orderly and keep the Torah. Damn. As touching Gentiles which believe, we have written and concluded that they observe no such thing, save only that they keep themselves from things offered to idols, and from blood, and from strangled, and from fornication. Dang. Holy Bible, Galatians 1, 16 through 19. 50 of the Common Era, 1st century. Paul's letters are the earliest Christian writings anyway. Paul, how's a man that never met this man? He the one writing the most. Why? Because he got to defend what he teaching. He got to get ahead of it. You know what I mean? Like James never really have to defend what it was. What they own is what it is. And that's why Paul's writing to the assembly in Thessalonica, Galatia, Corinth. And he taking shots at the apostles. He's trying to prove to the assemblies that he really that dude. But everybody know he don't got no authority like them. You see what I'm saying? Especially to switch up the teachings. He supposed to teach what he was commanded to teach, not start saying eat whatever the hell you want to eat. You know what I mean? Look at this, Galatians 1:15-19. But when it pleased God who separated me from my mother's womb. No, James and them was separate from their mama's womb. Yahshua was separate from his mother's womb, meaning holy from the womb, dedicated. Nazir. Nazarites. They was dedicated from the womb. You wasn't, Paul. What is you talking about? You got a problem with the herbs. You got a problem with the vegetables. You got a problem with the long hair. Nigga, you ain't no Nazarene. You wasn't dedicated from the womb. You ain't no Nazir. No, you not. But when it pleased God who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his grace to reveal his son in me, that I might preach him among the heathen, immediately I conferred not with flesh and blood. Well, why not? You don't got to go check in with the leadership in Jerusalem? Since when? Nigga, you can't just wake up and sniff the Folgers and just say, oh, gee whiz, Jesus taught me from the sky that you ain't got to do none of this no more. No, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. What you mean you didn't confer with flesh and blood? You should have. Especially if you were just someone who was killing these bros. Nigga, you was supposed to go on up there and get on your face and humble yourself. And do some apologizing. You ain't do none of that. You never even apologized for killing bros, hunting bros, killing women, killing children. You not once apologized for it. You just come around like, yeah, I had a vision of your brother, and this is what it is, and if you don't like it, you're damned. Nigga, who's you? Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me. But I went into Arabia. This nigga went to Saudi Arabia. So you went to Arabia where men are, but you didn't go to Jerusalem where the apostles are. That don't make sense. Come on, you ain't confer with flesh and blood. You didn't go to Jerusalem, but you went somewhere else. You went somewhere else and was talking to men. It ain't like you went to Arabia and Damascus and was quiet for about 3 years. And ain't say nothing to nobody. No. You went to another place where the apostles weren't. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and abode with him 15 days, a fortnight. But other of the apostles saw I none save who? James, the Lord's brother. Who is? Even Paul has to admit that James is that dude, and that he's an apostle, and that he's who? Yahshua's brother. Paul even got to admit it. That's why reading his letters, look, leave him right in the Bible, because he tell right on himself. Leave them letters right there. Yeah, leave him right there. He tell right on himself. But this your man's. This who you quote, licking your fingers, talking about what it say in the Greek. You Negroes, boy. Hey, Romeo. Y'all don't even know this man be quoting Greek poets and playwrights. Men who are devout worshipers of Zeus. This your man's. This your man's. Paul. Saul of Tarsus. Look at this right here. The Holy Bible, Galatians 2:9 and 11-13. And when James, Cephas, and John, who seemed to be pillars, notice he naming James first. He naming apostles. See, so you can't deny the fact that James is the heir, the true heir of the Nazarene movement. It is not Paul. It is not Paul. Paul was giving orders. You up in here, this is what you teach. He got out there and shifted gears and started teaching what he wanted to teach. You dig? That's where the conflict came in. As you keep reading that Acts 21, they down there killed him. They about to put him in the ground behind that. Look at this, verse 11. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face, because he was to be blamed. For before that certain came from James. James is the one sending men to check Paul's temperature. James is sending men behind whoever he sent out to make sure the message and the word is staying the same. James got the authority to send men. James is the one ruling. He's the one in charge over all the assemblies. You know, Paul just pop up and say, okay, I'm an apostle to Corinth. Corinth is my assembly. No, they're all up under James's orders and mandates. All of them. All of them. Y'all understand that? Drop a 8,000. I did 8,000. Drop a 6,000 in the chat if y'all understand that. For before that certain men came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles. Oh my gosh. So now you saying that Peter is breaking law. You saying that Peter is eating meats offered to idols. After all, that's what Gentiles are eating. They're not eating nothing what you call kosher today. They're eating food that has not been properly prepared according to the Torah. Thus, the food is offered to idols. So Paul is saying that Peter he lives like a lawless Gentile heathen. And so much so that he out here, even though James say don't eat it, he out here eating it. But we just read when Peter just said in his own writings, he said that he only eat bread, olives, and herbs, vegetables. And that what pleases the Almighty is to abstain from the table of devils, that is, eating dead flesh. For before that certain came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles, but when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. But those who are of the circumcision are sent by James. And the other Jews dissembled likewise with him, insomuch that Barnabas also was carried away with their hypocrisy, dissimulation. So now he throw Barnabas under the bus, Peter under the bus, James, John. Paul got a problem with the brothers. He ain't with them. He got a problem with them. And he just called them hypocrites. Look at this, source. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, page 133. Yeah, we be sourced up. Walk you down with this. Walk you down. Ain't nobody in this earth that'll debate me on this topic. You better not. You better not. You'll get buried. I'm just being honest with you. There ain't a soul in this earth who will debate me on this. You better not. You better not. It's career ending. Now look at this. This page 133 out of this book right here. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Excellent read. Excellent read. Shout out to my brother Prince Cosmon in the building. It's the word out. Y'all know ain't nothing but love over this way. You dig? But look, we always tripping. I'm tripping. I'm not giving no passes out at all to none of this. No false God, no false apostles. No, nigga. You gonna earn your money today. You gonna earn your money today. Look at this. So this is chapter 34 of the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. I'm gonna jump down to the highlighted sections. Look at this. Therefore, our master, confirming the worship of one Yahweh, answered them. Excuse me. Answered them. It is written, you will worship Yahweh, your Elohim, and him only will you serve. And he, the devil, terrified by this answer, and fearing lest the true obedience of the one true Yahweh should be restored, hasten straightway. Look at this. Hasten straightway to send forth into this world false prophets, Naveen, false shlikim, false apostles. So because the devil tempted the Messiah and the Messiah answered him a certain way, it was like, I only worship Yahweh. And him only said you worship. That terrified the devil, the adversary. So he came up with a plot and plan to send out false prophets, false apostles, and false teachers who should speak indeed in the name of Mashiach, Messiah, but shall accomplish the will of the demon. Good night, boys. Good night. Good night. You still think your man's Paul legit? You still think he valid? That just said because Yahshua stood strong in his temptation against the adversary concocted a plan to send out false apostles, false teachers, false prophets, who would be speaking about Messiah, but really would be accomplishing the will of a false-ass God that got a battery in their back, a demon. Ooh-wee. Chapter 35, false apostles. False apostles. Ooh-wee. False apostles. Look what Peter says. So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimony of Yaakov, Yeshua's brother, James, Yeshua's brother. Don't accept no teacher unless he teaching what James, Yeshua's brother, gave him to teach. Ball game, boy. Bag drop. Because Paul was not teaching what he was told to teach. That makes him what? False. Peter's saying if he ain't stamped valid by James, false. If he ain't teaching what James told him to teach, he false. Huh? So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher unless he bring from Jerusalem, the testimony of James, Yeshua's brother, or of whosoever may come after him, which was Simeon Bar. Some say Yeshua's cousin. I find it quite ironic that he got a brother named Simon too, though. If mess around and been his little brother. Or whosoever may come after him. For no one, listen, for no one, unless he is going up there, Jerusalem, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Mashiach, unless I say he brings a testimonial from there, is by any means to be received. What are you talking about? If he ain't teaching what James told him to teach, that nigga's false. Huh? And that's what Peter said. Nah, man. If he done deviated off the path, he's false. False. So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimony of James, Yeshua's brother. You ain't went up there and been stamped, and if he not teaching what he was given, the nigga's false. Huh? If you understand that, drop a 4,000 in the chat, baby. Walk you down with this. But let neither prophet or apostle be looked for by you at this time besides us. For there's one prophet of truth, whose words we 12 apostles preach. Only 12 apostles, y'all. It's not 13. For he is the accepted year of Yahweh, having us apostles as his 12 months. Good night. Good night. Let's get another source about James. Gospel of the Hebrews. It's just Gospel of the Nazarenes. I showed the book earlier. Let's get another one. Gospel of the Hebrews, James and the Resurrection Fast. The primary ancient quote is from Jerome. Jerome on Illustrious Men, chapter 2. Written around 392 of the Common Era. So we're dealing with what, 4th century? We're dealing with the Nicene era. The Nicene Council was in 325. Language in Latin. Good night. Source type, explicit quotation from the Gospel of the Hebrews. Look at this. The Gospel, which is called according to the Hebrews, and which I have lately translated into Greek and Latin, and which Origen often used, relates that after the resurrection of the Savior, the Lord gave a linen cloth to the servant of the priest and went to James and appeared to him. But James had sworn that he would not eat bread from that hour wherein he had drunk the cup of the Lord until he should see him risen from the dead. Wow. So James, like, until I see my big brother, nigga, I ain't eating nothing. Nigga, this how we gonna rock. If I don't see him, I'm not eating. This is the clearest and most complete ancient testimony connecting James, an oath of fasting from bread, until the resurrection appearance of Yeshua, explicitly attributed to the Gospel of the Hebrews. This is a direct quotation, not a paraphrase. Continuation of the same passage, same source. Jerome continues. And soon the Lord said, bring a table and bread. And he took bread and blessed it and broke it and gave it to James the just and said to him, Aki. That's how you say my brother in Hebrew or Arabic. Aki. And he said to him, Aki, eat your bread, for the Son of Man is risen from among those who sleep. This passage explicitly calls James my brother. Depicts James as the first resurrection witness. So you mean to tell me the first one he appeared to is his brother? It wasn't Peter, John, Mary, or none of that. It was his brother. He appeared to James first. It shows ritual breaking the bread specifically for James, reinforces James' ascetic vow. Parallel reference by Jerome, confirmation. Jerome commentary on Isaiah 11.2. Written circa 408 through 410. Jerome again attributes this tradition to the Gospel of the Hebrews, confirming it was not an isolated citation. Look at this. This is what Jerome is writing about during his era. Look what he say. He say, but the gospel which the Nazarenes and Ebionites use, which I have lately translated, says that the Lord appeared to James after his resurrection. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop. What are we talking about? While shorter, this confirms the same gospel source it used among Jewish and Christian groups, his resurrection appearance to James. About the Gospel of Hebrews, textual context. Item. Original language, likely Aramaic or Hebrew, translated into Greek. All this Greek shit, man. Data composition, circa 70 through 130 of the Common Era. And so we're dealing with 1st century. The Gospel of the Nazarenes and all this is 1st century literature, man. Okay? Survives as fragments only. Preserved by Jerome, Origen, Eusebius, and the Jewish Christian community, the Nazarenes and Ebionites. It ain't my fault you don't have this. It ain't my fault your fancy decorated elder ain't told you about this. You think General Yohana don't know about this? You think the leader of GOCC don't know about this? You think Nathaniel Ray, Free Case Ray, don't know nothing about this? Look, y'all been around too long and studying too long. Y'all just quiet on it. And y'all ain't got the spiritual nuts or the fortitude to let them drag and bring it out. Why? Because you scared you're going to lose your support and your monies and your congregation and your lifestyle. Because that means you've been teaching them wrong all these years. You ain't even got the courage or the nuts to say, look, the hell with all that. I thought what I was saying was right, but look, I don't give a hell if everybody leaves. The truth is the truth, and I'm standing on it. That's what I'm saying. I got zero respect for men. I was talking to one of my brothers, two of my brothers the other day, and one of them was trying to give credit to a Negro that I know, and I'm like, bro, that nigga's a coward. I'm gonna keep it all the way across the backboard with you. He's a coward, and it's a damn shame for him to be that old and still being a yes man to another coward who just turned the fade down with me, turned it all the way down. You want some of this, old man? No. Straight up. Like I'm talking about, I'm turning the fade down. Huh? But got the unmitigated gall to twist your mouth and talk crazy. I say, look, y'all need to zip that up then. You looking bad, I heard. That's like you running your mouth. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, you step outside then. Oh, okay. Let me get outside. Oh, brother, I really don't want to fight. Well, look, stop running your mouth then. Now, look, don't pop it if you ain't ready to get it cracking. We ready to get it cracking with this info. We ready to debate it, present it. We can team debate it, that, but whatever y'all want to do. If you look, but if you popping it, if you running your mouth, like what we saying is off and it's full of darkness and be worried, but you won't defend what you want. Huh? You won't get in the ring. If you won't get in the ring, look, reserve your disagreement and keep it under your own breath. Because you niggas is looking like cowards out here, man. Bad. You got a problem with what's being said, but you won't catch no fade. You won't get in the ring. You won't debate in front of your congregation. Why? Because you'll lose. Your congregation will be looking at you sideways upside your head like, dang. Huh? We've been going the wrong way. You have. You're compromised. Been going the wrong way. There's too many sources letting you know it's James and them that's running this. Again, Paul, nigga, he done went completely off the radar. Like, what the hell is going on with him? And why he firing shots at these bros? Like, Yahshua ain't set them up and ordained them for this. Huh? Look at this. No complete manuscript survives. All content is reconstructed from quotations like the one above. Exactly. Exactly. Now trip off this. All your literature is from back then. The earliest biblical books they got, they're all fragmented. The Dead Sea Scrolls, fragmented. Huh? All they doing is just reconstructing the literature based off the historical fragments that they have. You dig? But it's all a reconstruction. That's all it is. Look, now why this passage is historically important. The fragment shows that James held exceptional authority in Judean Christian tradition. You know what I mean? Shout out to my bro, man. I ain't hollering my bro in a minute. Mail, man. What's up, my brother KC. Stand up, my brother. I ain't heard from you in a minute, man. Let everybody I know I said salute. He said, what up, Malaki? Keep running up. Powerful word. Had me step back from the BS. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Hey, salute, man. You know what I mean? I do this for the fam. I do this for bros like you. You feel me? It's my bro right here. I ain't talked to you, boy, some years. Say, what up, Mally? Keep running it up. Powerful work. Had me step back from the BS. Salute. Salute. And that make it all worth it. You know what I mean? Because it'd be different when the whole nation be against you and everybody talking crazy. You dig? But me, I'm like, wolf. Man, let's debate it then in front of everybody then. And once I start seeing these men, no, everybody from cats in my generation, cats before my generation and after, and everybody's turning the fade down. Nah, we good? Oh, okay. Shout out to my brother Mailman, the messenger, bro. KC, stand up. Straight up, all right? That's love right there, boy. You don't be knowing. Look, messages like that come in at the right time. At the right time, bro. Like, sometimes it be like, man, look, ain't nobody listening. You dig? That's what it is, though. So look, this fragment shows that James held exceptional authority in Judean Christian tradition. He practiced ascetic vows consistent with Hegesippus' description of James, Nazarite-like piety. Some early Christians believe James was the first resurrection witness and not Peter. Exactly. Exactly. The Gospel of the Hebrews preserves a Jerusalem-centered Jesus tradition, distinct from Pauline theology. Come on, man. Come on, man. You dig? We look, once it go past Jerusalem, that's overseas. That's something else. That's something else. You dig? That's something else. That's why you think the Vatican, what you call the Vatican, is in Italy, Rome today. Everything should still be getting headquartered out of Jerusalem. We talking about a whole different world, man. You know what I mean? What you got now is all Greco-Roman, and it's so interwoven into every facet of your society, man. Everything from the sports shit to the movies. That's the deal. We wasn't acting or playing nothing. It was serious with us. We wasn't doing plays and Romeo. We wasn't doing none of that. You know what I mean? Playing sports and gladiator type. We was forced into all that. You know what I mean? Look at this. This tradition directly contradicts later canonical emphasis on Peter's first resurrection appearance. Luke 24 and 1 Corinthians 15. Let's look at the Gospel of the Nazarenes, aka the Gospel of Hebrews, page 221. That's my book again. You know what I mean? And that man, again, like I said earlier, if somebody sold this, they selling this online for thousands of dollars now. If any of y'all feel like, you know, spending a couple racks on this book right here, please send them racks to me. You can have this deal. I got a couple of them. You can have this deal. When I got this, it wasn't number $25, $30 at the most. Somebody just sold one of these for $3,500. I was like, why y'all didn't call me? Man, listen to me. You could have sent that 30. You could have sent $1,750 my way. You could have sent a rack my way. I would have overnighted this deal to you. Huh? Ooh, wait, $3,500, C-Lot. $3,500 this deal going for now. And I'm like, niggas is buying it. I'm like, what? Hey, look, $3,500 sound good to me right now. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Boy, that almost sound like $1 million to me right now. Do you understand? If anybody got an itch to buy this book for that much, you dig? Or if you want to negotiate a price for a little, hey, look, we can do that. And I will overnight this deal to you immediately. Here's what we talking about. Gospel of the Nazarenes or Gospel of the Hebrews, chapter 89. Jesus appears at the Sea of Galilee. After these things, Jesus showed himself again to the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias, which is the Sea of Galilee. And this way he showed himself. There were together his brother James, Simon Peter, Thomas called Didymus, Nathanael of Cana, James and John, two other of his disciples. Let me jump down. Then Jesus said to them, friends, have you any food? They answered him, no, sir, not enough for all. There was nothing but a small loaf and a little oil and a few dried fruits. And he said to them, let these suffice, come and dine. Now, when you get into John 21, it's the same story, but it's fish. No, this earlier gospel says it was some dry fruit. You know what I mean? Again, they weren't eating flesh. This gospel was earlier than John. John wasn't even composed almost 90 CE. So this tradition is earlier than the one you have in your Bible. That's my whole point. And he said to them, let these suffice, come and dine. Now, James had sworn. That's my dirty fingernail right there, y'all. Now, James had sworn that he would not eat bread. Hold on. from that hour in which he had drunk the cup of the Lord until he should see him risen from among them that sleep. And shortly thereafter, Yeshua said, bring the table and bread. After he took the bread and blessed it, he broke it and gave it to James the just, and said to him, Ake, my brother, eat your bread, for the Son of Man is risen from among them that sleep. Huh? Y'all, the history agrees with the literature. When the literature and history agree, you ain't got nothing to say. You can't even debate it. How you gonna debate it? The history agrees with the literature. The literature agrees with the history. There is no debating this. Why do you think all these Negroes who fancy themselves as Hebrew scholars are quiet? Huh? Let's get into the death of James the Just. What happened? Did you say you got... My sister Lisa said, I got 2 of them. Yeah, anybody want to spend some money? Hey, you know. Hey, when you say okay, to come get it, I'll mail it to you for free. I'm serious. I'll overnight that sucker boy before the cock crow. You'll have it. Don't play with me. You can sell me $3,500 right now. And I will go right to my storage and grab that sucker out my storage and listen to me. Shit, the post office probably closed right now. First thing Monday morning, that nigga, I will go there and overnight that deal to you. Have it by Tuesday. Let me know. Death of James the Just, multiple ancient accounts. Josephus, Antiquities 29:1. This is the earliest non-Christian historical reference. And when he, Ananus ben Ananus, now this is the father of Ananias, the high priest, the father of Caiaphas, the one who giving Paul the letters to go to his road to Damascus and start killing Mo. Ananus is the father of Ananias. That's his father. So when he, Ananus, had formed the accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. This passage identifies Ananus as high priest who convened an unauthorized Sanhedrin, and an authorized secret indictment against James. It was not authorized. Look at this. James and others accused of breaking the Torah and delivered to be stoned. James was stoned. No Roman involvement mentioned. Now, I was tripping off this too. I said, what if that James, because we all, if you read Owaspi, you already know that Yahshua was stoned. What if the historical James is really the Joshua of Owaspi? I thought about that last night. I was like, dang, they both went out the same way for the most part. But, I was just thinking. Look at it. Josephus also notes that many leading Jews regarded this as unlawful and protested. It was an uprising behind the death of James. That's what led to that war against Rome. It was an uprising. Y'all just killed the righteous man. Y'all just killed the just. Nigga. We about to go to war behind this. Look at it. Agesippus via Eusebius. This later Christian tradition adds dramatic details. They threw down the just man and said, let us stone James the just. So before he was stoned, he was thrown off something. Remember that. And he was only thrown off something one time. It ain't like this happened multiple times. Keep that in mind as we keep reading, because I'm finna show y'all something. I'm finna show y'all something about your boy Paul and his possible involvement in the death of James. Let's keep reading. Look at this. And they began to stone him, but he knelt down and said, I entreat thee, O Lord God, our Father, forgive them. One of them struck the just man on the head with a Fuller's Club, a baseball bat. And thus he suffered martyrdom. So he was thrown off something high. And as they was about to stone him, they batted his skull in with a club. And they stoned out. You see? And that's why I'm tripping. Hey, look, look. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I'm beefing with Romans. I don't like no damn Romans. I'm cool. Them niggas, along with them Herodians, them Alexanders, them Flavians. Nah, they look. Them is your enemies. Them your enemies. I roll with the bros. So I'd have been dead with them. Yeah, I'm not. Look, I'm knowing what I know now. I got out the way, but being in it back then, with rolling with the man, look, y'all would have had to bury me with them. So I'm not going for it. I'm tripping. Maybe your average cat ain't tripping. Maybe he cool, he real, he got a milk toast demeanor, and he really don't care about what went down back then. Listen to me. Had I been with the bros back then, I'd have been dead right with them. Yes. Because once I'm in it, I'm in it. Nah, we ain't going for none of that. You dig? So yeah, I'm against all that Greco-Roman, you know what I mean, assimilation, and look, them niggas is my enemies. And you better act like you know. But you better act like you know. Look at this. So that's a guess of business quoting Eusebius' ecclesiastical history. This account adds being thrown from a pinnacle of the temple. They threw this man off the damn roof. How you cool with them? Like, how you, let's trip off this. How you know this happened and then you lick your fingers and say, let's turn to the book of Romans. The book of who? The book of Romans? Man, look. Hey, y'all, look, man, look. Anyway, being thrown from a pinnacle of the temple. Look at final blow to the head by a club after stoning began. An horrific death. And this man was so righteous, he wasn't even mule kicking. He wasn't even cussing y'all out. He was praying that the Almighty forgive you for your evil that you're doing to him. Just like Yahshua, Father, forgive them. They don't even know what they doing. That ain't me. I'd have been spitting, nigga, mule kicking. I'd have been cussing all these niggas out on my way to my death. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd have been popping my shit to my death. Y'all had to bring the house down on me. You know what I mean? I ain't there with it. You know what I mean? But salute the bros, man. Salute that. I'm not a sympathizer of Paul at all. The hell with him. I'm a sympathizer of the Messianic movement, the brothers that stood up in the first century and stood against Roman oppression, Roman and Greek oppression. I'm a sympathizer for Yahshua's movement that he originally started and that the bros was carrying on. That's what I sympathize the first century freedom fighters. John of Gascala, Simon of Perea. You know what I mean? Now, you got bros that was standing up, man. That wasn't finna play with you about none of this. And they was highly sophisticated too. They was minting their own money. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Rome came through there and just whooped them in a day. That was a 6-7 year war. And the bros won they won a gang of battles, to be honest with you. And then, but shit, them Romans had too many bodies, man. We didn't have enough daggers. It was so many Roman soldiers, man. We ain't got enough. They had so many bodies. You ain't got enough daggers to hit these niggas, man. So it makes sense when when they come against you, flee into another city, get up out of there. That makes sense. Now it do. But being in it, you niggas have to kill me. I'm not even finna play. You know what I mean? So I sympathize, salute the first century freedom fighters. You know what I mean? Salute the brothers, you know what I mean, that was standing up, that was continuing Yahshua's message from his brother James, his brother Simon, all the brothers, man, that was just really shit. It was sisters with them too, Mary Magdalene and all them. Salute. Because it was brothers and sisters that was really about this. You dig? When the dust settled, literature coming from overseas and Greek, these niggas side with this nigga Paul. You know what I mean? So I sympathize with that. You know what I mean? And that's why I go so hard against it, because I'm like, nah. And then ain't nobody else even talking about it. You got all these niggas that claim they Christians and Israelites online, and ain't nobody even talking about this. Like, this where you supposed to be at. This where you supposed to be at. You're supposed to be licking your damn fingers, talking about some flip to Ephesians. Flip to the book of Romans, Galatians. In the end, this nigga Paul won, man. And dust settled, he won. That's what the Roman authorities decided with their boy. Of course. Of course. It was more Roman friendly, his message. Huh? Textual and extra biblical sources discussing James. Primary ancient sources quoted later. Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews. Earliest historical reference to his death. Eusebius of Caesarea church history quotes Hegesippus and Clement of Alexandria. Hegesippus, 2nd century, original lost preserved in Eusebius. Clement of Alexandria, preserved in Eusebius, mentions being cast down and beaten. Epiphanius of Salamis, later tradition about his life. Eusebius on the death of James. Eusebius also summarizes the event from multiple sources, including Clement of Alexandria. The manner of James' death has been already indicated in the words of Clement, who records that he was thrown from the pinnacle of the temple and was beaten to death with a club. Dang, boy. And then still in his own recount of Hegesippus' version, one of them was a fuller, took the club which he beat out clothes, beat him out his clothes, and struck the just man on the head, and thus he suffered a martyrdom. What? Man, look. Clement of Alexandria, 150 to 215 CE, via Eusebius. He was thrown from a pinnacle of the temple and was beaten to death with a club. This is the earliest extra-biblical Christian account connecting James' martyrdom with a dramatic physical violence, fall plus club. Now, watch this. Remember, he only got thrown off something high once. This didn't happen multiple times. Now, trip off this story of James and your boy Paul, Saul of Tarsus, in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, page 53 and 54. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What'd that say? A tumult raised by Shaul or Saul. That's Paul, y'all. How you say Saul in Hebrew is Shaul? James was in the temple, like basically debating the high priest, him and the brothers. And what he was saying was cutting so hard, this nigga Paul comes up in the temple, y'all, and raises and starts a riot. Look at say right here. It says, and while Yaakov, which is James, and while Yaakov, the bishop, was refuting him, he began to excite the people and raise a tumult, so that the people might not be able to hear what was said. This is this nigga Paul. Look, therefore he began to drive all into confusion with shouting, and to undo what had been arranged with much labor. And at the same time to reproach the Kohanim, the priests, and to enrage them with revilings and abuse. And like a madman, this nigga Paul is a maniac. He's a maniac. Look, and as a madman, to excite everyone to murder. Saying, what do you? Why do you hesitate, O sluggish and inert? Why do we not lay hands upon them? and pull all these fellow to pieces. This nigga Paul is a maniac. Look, when he had said this, he first seasoned a strong brand from the altar. This nigga done grabbed a firebrand off the altar. He done grabbed a rod that's flaming hot. Look, a strong brand from the altar set the example of smiting. Paul going through the crowd, niggas slapping Nazarenes all with this brand from the altar, this firebrand. Setting the example of smiting. Then others also seeing him were carried away with like readiness. Then ensued a tumult on either side of the beaten and the beaten. Much blood is shed. There is a confused flight in the midst of which that enemy, Paul, Saul, remember, this is a tumult raised by him. Look what they call him, the enemy. Look, it say much blood is shed. There is a confused flight in the midst. Get out the way. In the midst of which that enemy, Paul, attacked James, attacked Yaakov. Look, y'all, and threw him headlong from the top of the steps, and supposing him to be dead, he cared not to inflict further violence upon him. Y'all, this right here is saying that Paul was in on the death of this man. That Paul was the one who incited the riot in the temple to have James thrown head first from the top of the steps. Look, and he fell so hard, he thought he was dead. Now, James only got thrown off of something in his life one time. One time. I found it quite ironic that in this reconstruction right here, the cat that did it is Paul. Saul of Tarsus. Was in there smiting and threw him head first off the top of the step. These ain't some little steps you go into your baby. Man, these steps are so high and so wide. You dig? That'll fall down something like that. He thought the man was already dead, man. Look at this. And this how you know it's Paul. Look, that's page 53. This page 54. The flight to who? Jericho. Watch this. Watch this. But our friends lifted him up, talking about James, for they were both more numerous and more powerful than the others. But from their fear of Yahweh, they rather suffered themselves to be killed by an inferior force than they would kill others. So James and them was, even though they spitting it, they popping it, they like, nah, he like, look, don't kill nobody. Because they ain't believe in spilling blood. You know what I mean? It's just, this type of life brings martyrdom. You can't be afraid to speak just because somebody had threatened to kill you. You dig? But make no mistake about it, the brothers had more bodies than these niggas. It called Paul and them an inferior force. Man, they could have easily whooped them cats, but because we not about to spill blood. You see that? Watch this. But when the evening came, the priest shut up the temple, and we returned to the house of James and spent the night there in prayer. Then before daylight, we went down to Jericho to the number of who? 5,000 men. This man had the command of over 5,000 men. Then after 3 days, one of the brothers came to us from Gamaliel, whom we mentioned before, bringing to us secret tidings that the enemy, that enemy, Paul, right, had received a commission from Caiaphas, the Kohen Haggadol, the high priest, that he should arrest all who believe in Yeshua and should go where? To Damascus. So before Paul was on his road to Damascus, he tried to kill James. Based off this. Who the hell else named Saul was on the road to Damascus, looking to lock up and kill those who roll over this way? That's Paul, y'all. That's Paul. The road to Damascus, Acts chapter 9. That's Paul. Gamaliel, whom we mentioned before, bringing us secret tidings that the enemy had received a commission from Caiaphas, the high priest. A commission. He getting paid for this. That he should arrest all who believe in Yeshua and should go to Damascus with his letters. And that they're also employing the help of the unbelievers. He should make havoc among the faithful. Dang, dog. This nigga Paul, boy. This nigga Paul, hey, I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's in the historical timeline. Paul the Roman. Historical sources, James the Just and Paul. James the Just, chief apostle. Bishop of all Torah devoted Nazarites. Paul, self-proclaimed apostle. Faith apart from law. It's not the same. It's not the same message, y'all. It's not the same message. You know what I mean? It's not the same message. Ooh-wee. Yeah, that nigga's the ops, man. He's the ops. Gorgeously designed. What's the word, my sisters? How you be? Much love. Much love. Much love. And Galatians versus Acts 15. Same historical dispute, but two different portrayals. Exactly. Acts 15 and Galatians does not harmonize at all. Look, Galatians, around 48 to 55 CE, authentic letter of Paul. It's written in first person. And it's a polemic. All right. Acts 15, 80 through 90 CE. Wow. You tell me Acts is written almost 40 years after Galatians? And if they saying Paul died in the 60s or something, so that means Acts is written after the death of Paul. Good night, boy. But look how it's written. It's written by Luke, and it's written in third person. Look at this. Key point, Galatians is earlier and argumentative. Acts is later and conciliatory. Many historians treat Galatians as the earlier, sharper witness to the conflict. Core issue, question, must Gentile believers observe Torah, especially circumcision and food laws? Paul, Galatians, no. Torah is not required for Gentiles. James, Acts 15. Gentiles are not circumcised, but must observe specific prohibitions. So it's still, you still got to follow and observe the Torah. Even if your grown ass ain't circumcised. You see? The meetings, what each text says, Galatians 2, 1 through 5, Paul's account. I lay before them the gospel that I proclaim among the Gentiles. But because of false believers secretly brought in, who slipped in to spy on the freedom we have in Christ, we did not submit to them, even for a moment. Galatians 2, 2 through 5. Paul frames the issue as a threat to Gentile freedom. Acts 15, 19 through 20. James is ruling. Therefore, I have reached the decision that we should not trouble those Gentiles who are turning to God. But we should write to them to abstain only from things polluted by idols, from fornication, from what is strangled, and from blood. Acts 15, 19 through 20. James issues a binding decree, often called the apostolic decree. Major difference in tone. Galatians, conflict, confrontation. Paul resists Jerusalem pressure. Acts 15, consensus, order. James adjudicates authoritatively. Galatians, no list of required abstentions. No list. He don't even list it. We ain't supposed to be, eating meats off of the idols, eating meat strangled, or eating no blood. He don't even mention none of that. He actually says that after he went up there and punked everybody in Jerusalem, they didn't add nothing to him. But But dealing with James, explicit behavioral requirements. James versus Paul, theology side by side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Houston, we got a problem. Houston, we got a problem. Uh-oh. Authority and leadership. James, leader of Jerusalem church. Authority rooted in Torah fidelity. Issues rulings. Paul, a self-proclaimed apostle to the Gentiles. Authority rooted in revelation. Or his dreams. Defends independence. Galatians 2:9. James and Cephas and John, who are acknowledged as pillars. Notice James is listed first. James is the one that's the heir to the Nazarene movement. It's James. Even Paul knows it. B, law, Torah, Paul, Galatians. Look at this. Look what Paul said. We know that a person is justified not by the works of the law, but through faith in Jesus Christ. Galatians 2:16. If justification comes through the law, then Christ died for nothing. Galatians 2:21. James, Acts 15. James does not abolish Torah. He selects minimum Torah obligations for Gentiles. For in every city, for generations past, Moses had had those who proclaim him. Acts 15:21. This implies ongoing Torah observance among Jewish believers, with Gentiles partially included. Circumcision, Paul, James. Look at this. Absolute rejection for Paul. Absolute rejection for Gentiles, not required, but Torah respected. So Paul is absolute rejection when it comes down to circumcision. Not required. But James not required, but Torah respected. Like he ain't about to diss circumcision and none of that. You know what I mean? But Paul is absolutely against it. Galatians 5:2. Look, if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no profit or no benefit to you. Galatians 5:12. Look what he say. I wish those agitators, those who's teaching Galatia about circumcision, which would only be the apostles. He said, I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. This nigga Paul's a maniac. Say what you want. Some of us agree with circumcision and some of us don't. Right? But you will never twist your mouth up and say, hey, if you teaching circumcision or you want to be circumcised, you might as well cut off your love muscle and your testes. What do you think it means to castrate? It's the removal of your love muscle, fellas, and your testes. This is Paul's understanding when it comes down to circumcision. This is how much he hates circumcision. This is how much he hates those who teach and preach circumcision, which would only be the apostles. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Do we all know what castration means? Make yourself a eunuch then, since you talking about you want to get circumcised, or make yourself a eunuch. Remove the love muscle and testes if you out here teaching circumcision. This man's a maniac. This man is a maniac. Like, say what you want about it. Some of us agree or don't, but you will never go that far and say, man, cut your nuts off and your love muscle in. Wow. And then a few verses later, he got the unmitigated gall to talk about the fruits of the Spirit. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, temperance. Nigga, you just told these niggas that if they want to get circumcised and they teaching circumcision, you might as well cut off your love muscle and testes. So how in the hell did you, a couple verses later, got the unmitigated gall to talk about the fruits of the Spirit? Man, look, man. Look, leave me alone. How about that? Just leave me alone. Acts 15 explicitly rejects circumcision for Gentiles, lining with Paul, but not his broader law-free logic, right? And it don't even reject it. It's just saying, see, you got to get into the Nazarene literature. It's just saying you ain't got to be circumcised right now up front to join the Messianic movement. Eventually, you're going to get circumcised, and eventually you're going to get what's called immersed or baptized. There's still requirements. It's just you don't have to have it to join. You know what I mean? But eventually you will. That's the whole point. When you get into that doctrine of reserve that Peter was talking about with James in his letter to James, it actually says after 6 years, you know what I mean, and not to lay everything on a newcomer at once, but during your 6-year process of training and vetting and learning from a certified Nazarite or certified Nazarene teacher and all that, eventually, you dig, there's a circumcision that has to happen and there's a baptism. So what they were saying, trouble not the Gentiles that turn to God, saying, look, you ain't got to put the pressure on them to get circumcised now. They can still come in and, you know what I mean, start learning and progressing. But eventually they will. You know what I mean? That's in that letter of James to Peter. It's in the doctrine of reserve. They came up with a system to vet those who wanted to come in this thing. Because you had people like Paul skipping around. They were spewing all type of madness. All right? Look at this. Meats offered to idols, the clearest class. James's position, Acts 15. Abstain from things polluted by idols. That ye abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, for which if you keep yourself, you shall do well, fare ye well. That's Acts 15 and 29. This is mandatory. This is not advice. Paul's position, 1 Corinthians. Paul directly addresses idol meat elsewhere, not in Galatians, but crucial for comparison. 1 Corinthians 8 and 4. We know that no idol in the world really exists, and that there is no God but one. Okay, Negro, what are you saying? 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Eat whatsoever is sold in the meat market. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market. Eat whatever is sold in the meat market. Without raising any question on the ground of conscience. So eat whatever is sold in the meat market versus abstain from meats offered to idols is not the same message. Paul's saying the hell with what James talking about. You can go into that meat market and eat whatever the hell you want. Why? Because the earth, the Lord made it all. If the Lord made it, you can eat it. This is Paul's understanding. You did? He later say, but if they tell you it's offered to an idol, don't eat it for the sake of him that told you. No, nigga, that ain't. Regardless if he told you or not. That don't mean it's not offered to an idol. Right? Remember, we went over what it means according to the Torah for your meat to be offered to an idol. We already went over that. You did? So what you mean eat, like, you know what I mean? If he tell you it's offered to an idol, don't eat it. But what if he don't tell you and it is offered to an idol? You can eat it? No, he's basically saying you got the freedom to eat whatever the hell you want, including meats offered to idols, as long as whoever serving you the food don't tell you it's offered to an idol. That, bro, that is not what you was told to teach. Stop it. It's not. Look at this. Paul allows eating idol meat in principle with one restriction. If someone says this has been offered in sacrifice, then do not eat it out of consideration for the other. What? Man, look, man. This dude is just, man. Like, where was this in the letter in the doctrine or in the mandate in the commands that James gave you to teach? He didn't say, well, you can eat it as long as don't nobody tell you it's offered to an idol. You making this up. You making this up as you go. You just winging it, man. Summary of the class. James, abstain categorically. Paul, permitted in principle. James, community purity. Paul, individual conscience. James, Torah boundary marker. Paul, monotheistic logic. This is a real theological divergence. Remember that. I told Paul ain't teaching what they teaching. This is a real theological divergence, not merely a pastoral nuance. Paul was teaching what he wanted to teach. James, faith expressed through obedience. Paul, faith apart from Torah. James, communal holiness. Paul, individual justification. James, continuity with Israel, follows up. Paul, new identity beyond Torah. How Galatians shaped later Christian doctrine. This is nuts. Immediate impact, 1st to 2nd century. Galatians became the key anti-circumcision text. Gentile Christianity increasingly detached from Torah. James-centered Jewish Christian groups, Ebionites and Nazarenes, declined. Why you don't hear nothing about them no more? Huh? Patristic era, 2nd through the 4th century. Church fathers overwhelmingly sided with Paul's reading. Huh? See? They siding with Paul. Why? Because his message is more Roman friendly. It don't cause you to really have no discipline like the brothers in them had. Church fathers overwhelmingly sided with Paul's reading. Irenaeus, law fulfilled, not binding. Origen, spiritualized Torah. Augustine, justification by grace, Galatians central. Galatians 3:28 became pragmatic. There is no longer Jew or Greek. That's a lie. The hell you mean? That's like saying there's no more Chinese and Japanese. That's a damn lie. This undercut Torah-based identity entirely. Good night, boy. Good night. Reformation, 16th century. Martin Luther called Galatians my epistle to which I am wedded. Your boy Martin Luther. The Lutherans. And that boy say he's wedded to the book of Galatians. Dang. Dang. Galatians became the cornerstone of faith alone, decisively shaping Protestant theology. Long-term outcome, trajectory result. Paul's theology becomes orthodoxy. Good night. Good night. See, in the end, they go with Paul. See? And the bros fade into oblivion, man. Salute the 1st century freedom fighters, man. Salute them brothers. That's who I sympathize with. The hell with this Saul of Tarsus nigga. The hell with him. Yeah. He's an op all the way through and through. James's trajectory. James's Torah vision. Okay, look what happened. Marginalized. Acts 15, compromise, largely ignored. Idol meat abstention, meaning don't eat meat off of the idols. Eventually, what y'all? Dropped. And that's why in the Christian church, they eating all types of honey glazed ham sandwiches. They eating all types of madness, chitlins, and even the so quote unquote lawful meats they eat, turkey and all that. None of it has been prepared how the Torah say prepared, so it still meats off of the idols. And now the kill clock. The kill clock is crazy of how many animals been slaughtered in the United States alone just so you can taste you some chicken. You see? So we here to resurrect our brothers, man. You know what I mean? From the grave of history. Because that's what happened. These men that formed this so-called religion of Christianity, and when the gang done with it, you ain't gonna see nothing but smoke. But these niggas that formed this, bro, I'm talking about took it, refurbished it, repackaged it, stamped it based off their own little thing, and came on out with something that is foreign to 1st century Palestine, foreign to 1st century Judea, foreign to the ears of Yahshua and James and all these brothers, man. You got Greco-Roman literature. That's what you have. And guess what? They're mocking us. You're being mocked. Your enemies wrote your literature. You're being mocked. By the 4th century, James' rulings were no longer practiced. The 4th century is the Nazarene era. Constantine and them. See that? See that? So you, look, whether you call yourself an Israelite or a Christian, you going the wrong way. If you sympathize with Paul in Rome, you go in the wrong way. You going the entire wrong way. This is a mess. By the 4th century, James's rulings were no longer practiced, while Paul's logic dominated doctrine. Why do you think he got half the New Testament? Paul. And if it ain't him, his letters, it's somebody like Luke, that he raised up. But Paul wasn't no eyewitness of none of it. Paul never met Yahshua. Hell, Paul was even in on, it looked like he was in on killing James. That's what it's looking like. If he ain't kill him, he sure tried to. He sure tried to. Unless y'all telling me James got thrown off something high twice. Good night, boy. Synthesis plainly stated. James represents a Torah faithful, Jerusalem-based Yeshua movement. Paul represents a law-free Gentile mission. Galatians preserves the conflict, not the compromise. Acts 15 attempts to harmonize, but history did what? Follow this nigga Paul, boy. Follow this nigga Paul, boy. Look at this. The disagreement over idol meat proves the split was theological. It was not cosmetic. Who are the apostles and does Saul meet the requirements? No, he doesn't. This right here are the requirements for being an apostle. Wherefore these men which have companied with us all the time that the Master Yeshua went in and out among us, beginning from the baptism of John to the same day that he was taken up from us, must one be ordained. Must one be ordained to be a witness with us of his resurrection. So the requirement is clear. Whoever this 12th apostle is going to be, he got to be a day one. He had to be somebody that witnessed Yahshua go in and out from among us. I mean, you witnessed him every day rolling with the bros, or the bros rolling with him. Beginning from his baptism or his immersion by his cousin John, all the way up to his ascension or resurrection. You had to witness that. If you ain't witnessed none of that, you're not an apostle. That's why I told that Negro on Sabnetta, the elder that sounded like he got a demon in his throat. Boy, you ain't no apostle based off the Bible you read. Nigga, you ain't no day one. You wasn't there. There's only 12 apostles. So if you ain't no apostle, you just be something else. Be a teacher. Be a deacon. Be something else. But why you can't be an apostle if you're not a day one, if you wasn't there, if you didn't witness Yahshua go in and out amongst the brethren, if you didn't witness his baptism, if you wasn't a witness of his resurrection and ascension, sit your monkey ass down there. Nigga, you not no apostle. You're self-proclaimed. Just like Paul. Look, Paul went as far as start naming niggas like Silas and Timothy apostles. Hold on. This nigga went and named some Greek niggas some apostles. God, bro. You not even no apostle. How the hell you naming them that? He was doing his own thing, man. Look at it. And they appointed two. Joseph called Barsabas, who was surnamed Justus, and Matthias. So that means Joseph and Matthias were witnesses. They witnessed the Messiah go in and out amongst the bros, right? And they were witness of his baptism and his resurrection and ascension. These two were. Look what they did. And they prayed and said, Thou, Lord, which knoweth the hearts of all men, show whether these two you have chosen, that he may take part of this ministry and what? And what? Apostleship. Apostleship. From which Judas by transgression failed, that he might go to his own place. And they gave forth their lots. And the lot fell upon Matthias, and he was numbered with the 11 apostles. Without physically meeting Yahshua and witnessing his immersion and ascension, it is impossible to be an apostle. Saul never met Yahshua in the flesh. This means that Saul of Tarsus is a self-proclaimed apostle. Look at how he feels about the real apostles. Saul of Tarsus defends his ministry. Look at this. I wish that you would be patient with me in a little foolishness. Really. But indeed, you are being patient with me. For I am jealous for you with godly jealousy. This is 2 Corinthians 11, 1 through 5, verse 10, and then 12 through 15. He's writing to the assembly in Corinth defending his ministry. Why? Why you got to defend it? You go on the defense when you're under attack. Who's attacking? Who has the authority to challenge Paul's apostleship? The real apostles. Don't nobody else got no authority to challenge you on being an apostle if they not one. He's being challenged. So he's writing his letters to these assemblies, trying to convince them that he's authentic when he's not. He's not. See what I'm saying? If you go on the defense, it's because you're being attacked. Who got the authority to challenge you on being an apostle? The real apostles. He even said it, certain men sent from James. I'm saying all you got to do is slow down and read Paul's letters. I love reading them now. It's like, this nigga is telling on himself. I wish that you would be patient with me in a little foolishness, but indeed you are being patient with me. For I am jealous for you with a godly jealousy, because I promise you in marriage to one husband to present you as a pure virgin to Christ. Okay. But I am afraid that just as the serpent deceived Eve by his treachery, your minds may be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. This is Paul's Christ that he met on the road to Damascus in the earth. Paul's Christ is Philo's Logos. Remember that. Philo's Logos. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. The Word is Logos. And the writer of John had to be a study of Philo, who was an avid study of Plato, Heraclitus, Clementes. All these men were devout worshipers of Zeus and said that Zeus is the Logos and that we are his offspring, bearing the Logos. And that the Logos is the firstborn of God. The Logos is the agency by which God made the world. Well, that's Paul talking about his Christ in Colossians. Yeah, you've been passed a bag of goods, that's spoiled. You've been passed a bag of goods that's all bad, Jack. I don't know no other way to tell you. Look at it, verse 4. For someone comes and proclaims another Jesus. Who was teaching a different Yeshua than Paul? The apostles. Come on now, it's not even hard. Just slow down. Or someone comes and proclaims another Jesus, different from the one we proclaim. Or if you receive a different spirit than the one you received, or a different gospel than the one you accepted, you put up with it well enough. So Paul was talking about a different gospel than what he teaches, a different Jesus than what he teaches, a different spirit than what he teaches. But remember, Paul ain't teaching what the apostles are teaching in Jerusalem. He ain't teaching what James told him to teach. And they the ones that got the testimony of Yahshua. So they the ones that teach a different gospel than Paul, a different Yeshua. They the ones talking about a different type spirit. Paul has a problem with the apostles. Watch this. Galatians 1, 8 through 9. But even if we or an angel from heaven should preach a gospel contrary to the one we preach, let him be condemned to hell. Right, boy. Boy. What are we talking about? Let him be condemned to hell. Well, there's only one group of brothers that got the authority, that got the testimony of Yeshua. And they're under the head chief apostle, James, and Judge Yeshua's brother. And what they teach is not what you teach. So you talking about them then. And you saying let them be condemned to hell, nigga. Nah, ain't no love. Verse 9, as we have said before, and now I say again, if anyone is preaching to you a gospel contrary to what you receive, let him be condemned to hell. This your man's? You rock with this nigga? Man, look, I'm top op to this. Look, I don't got no respect for no Greco-Roman, nothing. Nah, man. Look at this. Galatians 2:6. And the leaders of the church, pause. Who are the leaders of the church? Who is the leader of the church? James. Look what he's saying. Look what Paul said. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. Well, that's a lie. He told you to abstain from meats offered to idols, from things strangled, from blood and fornication. It wasn't just about circumcision. And you know that. Huh? So he dissing the Nazarene apostles. He dissing James and them because they the ones that lead the movement. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me. For God has no favorites. Do y'all hear this, though? Look what he's saying. Look what he said right here. Over here in this is that 2 Corinthians 11:5. Look what he say. For I consider myself not at all inferior to those super apostles. Hold on. This nigga Paul is wilding. He done called them super apostles. I ain't inferior to them. I ain't inferior to them. Man, hey, y'all better get your mans, man. I'm telling you. 2 Corinthians 11:10. As the truth of Christ is in me, this boasting of mine will not be stopped in the regions of Achaia. Paul was like, look, man, what I'm doing to win. Ain't nobody gonna stop me from teaching what I'm teaching. Dang. Verse 12, 2 Corinthians 11:12. And what I am doing, check this out. And what I am doing, I will continue to do, so that I may eliminate any opportunity for those who want a chance to be regarded as our equals in the things they boast about. Do y'all hear this, though? He is the enemy to the bros. He an enemy to them. He like, look, I'm working to undermine these niggas. Whatever I got to do to win, that's what I'm going to do. Look what he's saying in verse 13. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. Who are you talking about, y'all? There's only 12 apostles. And the lead apostle was James. All the apostles are up under his orders and command. Even when they go out into the different nations and teach, they all teach the same thing, except this nigga Paul. So who he calling false? He ain't say false bishops or false deacons, or when you say false is pseudo. He calling these niggas pseudo. For such are pseudo apostles. Niggas fake. Y'all ain't even built like that. That's what he's saying. There's only 12 apostles. So when you put false in front of the word apostle, who you talking about? Them. He ain't saying about no false deacon, no false bishop, no false teacher, no false prophet. He said apostles. And we didn't show today that he got a problem with them, man. He called them pseudo apostles. He called them deceitful workers, disguising them as the apostles of Christ. Disguising themselves as the apostles of Christ. Dang. You niggas false flagging, man. And look what he say. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Did you just call the apostles not only false, but compare them to Satan, the adversary? Man, look, y'all, you still don't see this? 15. Therefore, it is not surprising his servants. So he called the apostles not only false, comparing them to Satan, but then he triples down and says that they are his servants. The apostles led by James, the Messiah's brother, are the servants of Satan, according to this thing. And y'all still roll with him. Therefore, it is not surprising his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. Hold on. James the just is Yaakov Hazedek. James the righteous. Paul firing shots, boy. Paul firing shots. You just don't want to see it. You still in denial. But he firing shots at the bros in them. So you just got to decide which side of the, the coin you fall on, which side of the line you fall on. I don't care if Rome won. Nigga, those are my enemies. I'm rolling with the bros in them. Salute all the first century freedom fighters. Salute all the bros in them that roll with Yahshua and James and the apostles and all that. Salute them brothers, man. Because they stood up when everybody else was willing to tuck tail and compromise. You dig? They wasn't cowards about it. You dig? They knew if these niggas win, the world is going to be Hellenized. And what has happened? Therefore, it is not surprising his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness, whose end will correspond to their actions. James versus Paul, theological conflict. James, Torah devotion. Paul, faith over law. James, circumcision required. Paul, no circumcision. James, abstain from idle meat. Paul, eat any meat. James, long hair, razor never touched his head. Herbivore, never ate flesh. And told them to abstain from meats offered to idols, right? Paul, short hair, the Roman way. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, you dig? But yeah, if y'all got some understanding today, man, y'all go ahead and drop a 2,000 up in the chat, man. CGG is still looking. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and drop this link if anybody want to pop out, pop on. You know what I mean? Me and the gang want to hop on. Hop on, chop it over, bro, man. With my brother Fat P. He's in the Fat P. Man, I'm seeing a whole bunch of y'all today, man. Bro, I can see that brother a couple times, man. Good to see brothers in the field. Still banging though. Still banging though. Still banging, baby. I'm in the trenches till the creator call me out. I'll be on the natural some faith in the field in the word, right? My brother Fat P. Man, hey, bro. Hey, I ain't seen you in a couple years. I keep good ears, bro. Good ears, bro. That's how we rock, bro. Now, Shalom, my brother, excellent deal. No doubt, man. Know how we rock. Know how we do. You know what I mean? Pitching, boy, strike out. What you mean? What you mean, baby? That's what's up, Hawk, man. Good to see you too, bro. Heard from you. You know what I mean? You know us, Credit Gang still cooking. Credit Gang still cooking out. Number love. Come on. The word out. Fire Talk Radio part, my brother. Don Yehuda. What's the word out? Love and light. Love, light, and all that good stuff in between. The CGG is still cooking, baby. Oh man, we didn't got to see a lot of God that popped up. Hold on. We done got the bruh in the building. Peace to the righteous God. I got my brother Selah Shalom in the building. What's the word, huh?
Hey man, what it do, man? What it do, man? Excellent presentation, like always. You know what I mean? Exposing this false ass Paul. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that was an excellent presentation, King.
Man, you know, look, all the sources, man, should point toward James. All of them.
Yeah, it's interesting how ain't nobody talking about James, the just the brother of the Mashiach. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy, bro. That's like everybody talking about him, and it's like ain't nobody like all the Christians and Israelites ain't even like don't nobody even speak about this. It's just like, bro, look, what's going on here?
Like you said, bro, he tells on himself in his own letters, man. He was so true about that. He's so right about that. But when I was doing the knowledge too, though, you know what I mean? Like when you read his own epistles, his own letters, separate from Acts.
Yeah.
Because you know Acts came after his death. So what I concluded was that his experience with Christ, from his words, was an internal experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he's subjectively telling the people like, yo, you know, man, Christ came in me, and then I had a revelation and visions, and he's talking in the sense that his experience was almost like a motherfucker had a dream. He said, Joe, I had this dream, you know, and this what happened. In a dream, Christ came to me, and he told me to tell y'all this. You know what I mean? In comparison to the road to Damascus, which was added later, and here you have the whole narrative of him, you know what I mean, seeing the light, Christ coming in, talking to him. But when you read his own epistles, his own letters, he don't mention none of that. He don't even mention the road to Damascus.
No, he don't. Man,
You know
what you think about your boy Paul throwing James down, bro? Threw him off the temple steps and thought he was dead. You know what I mean? We showed that in that Nazarene Acts, man. Like history shows that James was thrown off something high one time. So it's almost like the Nazarene Acts is alluding to that Saul may have been that either Paul was in on killing him or tried to have him killed. You know,
it would only make sense because you got two opposing theologies. You know what I mean? You got the actual movement of the Messiah, and then you got this cat who claiming to have an experience who never met the Messiah, who basically got Asia and Rome under his paw, because James ain't never run up in there. He ain't really know. Ain't none of them cats run up in there preaching what James was preaching. James was kind of centralized in Jerusalem. Yeah. Paul was the one who was making the travel and going all these places preaching that gospel.
Yeah. James was headquartered in Jerusalem, but he was sending men out. That's what I'm saying. Like Paul wasn't the only one out there, and that's why he had to defend his ministry the way he was, because he wasn't the only one writing to Galatia. If you read 1 Peter 1:1, Peter was writing to Galatia too.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So James was in Jerusalem, but he was sending other apostles and teachers out into these areas with the same doctrine and understanding. Same exact thing. Paul come in and he starts switching things up. You know what I mean? Like eat whatever you want to eat in the marketplace and don't ask no questions.
Right.
Because God created everything.
Right.
Like,
right.
That ain't what you was told to teach. What are you doing?
Exactly.
You're teaching things that you was never authorized to teach, bro. You know what I mean? And it's causing schism. So then he started firing at brothers. He started talking about the brothers long haired, the brothers that don't eat meat, that's vegetarian or whatever. He straight said, man, them niggas got a sensitive conscience. You know what I mean? They're weak in faith if they only eat the herbs or the vegetables. It's like, dang, like this. Like he straight firing shots the whole time. He called them fake apostles, pseudo apostles. He called them agents or ministers of Satan. You know what I mean? He condemned them to the pits of hell if they teach different than him. It's like, bro, I don't even know. Even when it comes down to circumcision, I was saying this earlier, right? Even when it comes down to circumcision, we all may have different views and understanding on it. But you would never say, hey, nigga, if you want to get circumcised, you might as well cut off your love muscle and your testes. Remove everything and become a eunuch. Where the hell is that at in Torah?
Big facts.
He's making stuff up as he goes.
Exactly.
It's crazy, bro.
And it's like, what inspiration is he really under? You know what I'm saying? Because you claim that the Messiah came to you. If the Messiah really came to you, he would have addressed you about James. First and foremost, yo, my brother James, go holler at him. He's in charge. He's gonna tell you exactly what to do right off the bat. he had the experience and went the other way. I ain't go down to Jerusalem's and the apostles. I went down to Arabia. Nigga, what you doing in Arabia? What's over there?
Saudi Arabia. What the hell you doing over there?
And then you go to Damascus.
Look,
but then,
yeah, so and wherever you at, you not just there quiet and just sitting in a cave some damn work. So instead of going to Jerusalem to talk to men about your vision and encounter you had, you go to Arabia.
And then to Damascus. But here's the catcher. But here's the catcher. You're supposed to have the experience in Damascus.
Exactly.
So you should already be in Damascus, going to Arabia, then going to see the bros.
Yeah.
So if you wherever you was at, you know, he didn't go, because he says when the Lord appeared to him, however the verse goes, he didn't go down to Jerusalem and the apostles, but I went to Arabia, then Damascus. What if the experience happened in Damascus? How the hell you walk into Damascus?
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's off, bro. It's all the way off. And people just slow down. If you slow down and just look at what's going on, you'll see. And really, what make this so dangerous? Oh man, look, if you slow down and read Galatians, Corinthians, all of it, just read, sit back and slowly read the letters, especially that Galatians, boy. That deal is nigga revealing. You're gonna be like, whoa, hold on. Hold on. He own one in this deal.
Right.
You dig? And then you realize who he talking to because, and you ain't even got to guess at who he talking to. See, like, he tell you who he talking about. He named James. He named Peter. He named John. He named Barnabas. All in that Galatians, the 2nd chapter. Then he call them hypocrites.
Mm-hmm.
This dude is on one, bro. Look, listen to me. Hey, a good scholarly work that y'all need to get. Man, I recommend this. This one really got my gears turning with this whole subject.
Yes,
I read this like 5 years ago.
Mm.
I look how thick this is. A 1,000-page book. This man wrote The Brother of Jesus. Robert Eisenman. Salute the OG, man. Older Gentile fella. I think he about 80 years old now. Still living. Look, whenever he go give presentations over this topic, they be trying to kill this old man.
Mm.
Bro, and look, but you can't, man, listen to me. You can't duck none of this. This dude is on one, bro. This dude is on one. He breaking it all down in here. He using the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Bible, Josephus. How you write a 1,000-page book over this dude?
Yeah, that's a lot of work right there. I ain't gonna hold you.
I would suggest any brother and sister that really want to get down and understand what was being brought forth today, what C-Lob been bringing forth, you dig? Get this right here. This dude is a professor, you know what I mean? Robert Eisenman. I call him Essene Man. You know what I mean? The Dead Sea Scrolls uncovered James, the brother of Jesus. And what did it say down there? The key to unlocking the secrets of early Christianity in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Get this. Get this and watch it. Study it.
His claim is that the teacher of righteousness is James the Just.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was like it's either that nigga or Yahshua. It's one of them two niggas. You know what I mean?
I'm saying it could have been because he was the one named. The history calls him James the Righteous.
Yeah, and then I extracted all the scripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls referencing the teacher of righteousness. And it lines up a lot with one of them two niggas, you know what I mean? One of them two. Either or is cool with me, but it's just the fact that we got something. And then, you know, not only that now, if we could tie it to them two men, that's a primary source with the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then you have Paul's letters, which they say historically is valid, which validates historical James and historical Jesus.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Paul's letters are very important. Like I ain't the one to tell you, hey man, tear all them letters out the Bible. You don't need them. No, leave them right there.
Right.
Leave them right there. Don't touch nothing and read. You're gonna get your mind blown. You're gonna be like, whoa, hold on. Hold on. Nah. And then once you see the conflict, see that's what happened with me. I never saw, man. Look, before my eyes was open to this information, I never saw that they was in conflict. And I don't know why. Reading it now. I don't know how I could read that, like in Galatians, and not come to the understanding that he beefing with them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like so that lets you know you can read some information with the wrong mindset and never get what it is that's right there on the page.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Bro, I done read Galatians 1,000 times. You dig? But once I understood, hold on, slow down. And I started comparing it with Acts and man, bro, listen to me. The light turned on, and I'm the right brother to get that information to, because I'm gonna let it loose. I don't give a hell who don't like it, but I'm about to let it loose.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, man.
So Paul Christ is the precursor for John 1:1, the Logos, and that Greek theology of Zeus and the Logos is molded.
Yes. Paul's Christ that he trying to tell everybody about is Philos Logos.
Right.
That's what that is.
Although Paul didn't mention Christ as the Logos, but when you see how Paul describes Christ pre-existing, he made all things, Colossians 1:15 and 16 or whatever.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
By so that's all things made.
Exactly. So that's damn near a direct quote from Philo. So the way it's trickled from the split, what me and O'Malley is showing y'all is that you have two theologies going on. The original theology that came through Yeshua, then after Yeshua, James, and those who held it up after James, which was the observation of the laws of Moses. And then you have Paul's experience of a Christ fashioned after the works of Philo, and Philo was fashioned after the works of the Roman Stoics and the Greek Stoics going back. And then by the time we get to John's gospel,
oh my God,
John is the form, the transformation of Christ into the Logos. And then that is what the Council of Nicene used. They used the Gospel of John to validate the Father in Christ. They couldn't use the Synoptic Gospels for that because the Synoptic Gospels does not support I and the Father are one. Only the God, whoever wrote John, whoever composed that in high Koine Greek, used a lot of the Logos material.
Yeah. And then look, and even to take it a step further, you know, Paul is in there. Paul is actually quoting in his letters and in Acts. Paul is actually quoting Greek poets who are devout worshipers of Zeus. I did a class probably not that long ago, maybe a month ago, called the Roman and Greek Influence of the New Testament. I showed it. Hey, this nigga Paul, boy. Hey, not only was he hostile toward brothers and them, he's a Hellenized Jew. His whole deal was to introduce Hellenized concepts and ideals. You know what I mean? And to this whole little thing you call this messianic movement, man.
Right.
And in the end, when the dust settled, of course, the church fathers who are Roman gonna go with the Roman. Paul told you in Acts 22, I'm a freeborn Roman.
Exactly.
Free.
Exactly.
Huh? But he's supposed to be a Benjamite, and a Benjamite or an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin. But there's not one shred of evidence that the tribe of Benjamin ever received Roman citizenship. So you mean Paul is the only nigga out the tribe, out of all the Benjamites, Paul is the only one that was born a freeborn Roman citizen.
And then you got to find me some Benjamites in Tarsus.
In Tarsus. But guess what we find in Tarsus? The Stoics of Tarsus. Look at that. Antipater of Tarsus. And Saul is from Tarsus. He tell you that he's related to the Herodians in Romans 16. Salute Herodian, my kinsman, and Aristobulus, all Herodians, right? He tell you this. And if you are a descendant of Herod the Great, him daddy was Antipater. So, bro, listen to me. Like, a lot of people don't understand that there's a game being played that's that's been going on for close to 2,000 years. People's minds have been manipulated so far to where when you just read basic passages in the New Testament or in the scriptures, period, you dig, you can't even properly disseminate what's going on here. You know what I mean? Like, this nigga Paul is condemning people to hell. This nigga Paul is telling you cut your damn love muscle off and your testes. This nigga Paul is calling them fake apostles, agents of Satan, servants of Satan. You dig? He telling you to eat whatever the hell you want, nigga. You can go eat a pig ear sandwich if you want. Hog head cheese. A tripe sandwich. Come on, bro. We got to go ahead and call it for what it is. Even if you agree or not, you can't disagree that he's teaching different. He's teaching different than what the apostles are teaching. And that's the whole point. So you rolling with the apostles or you rolling with the Roman Paul? It's up to you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And what you have today is the influence of damn near that. You got Christians and a lot of Hebrew Israelites believe in the Pauline doctrine. Tazariak, Jesus Christ and the angels was in the beginning.
Exactly. So your ISUPK, your IUIC, your GOCC, your GMS, all your camps, your HOIs, your LOIs, all these men are Paul sympathizers. The young brothers out there, the Wi-Fi Negroes, the SOT out in the line. All these men are Paul sympathizers, and that means all y'all going the wrong way. It ain't just the camps, the assemblies too. The IOG, Bowie and them. You know what I mean? You got all these congregations that are sympathizers with Saul of Tarsus. And I'm here to tell y'all been going the wrong way the whole time. And listen, y'all been studying this thing long enough to know that. But you ain't got the nuts to stand and decide with truth, even if it means you take a major league loss. So what?
Right.
So what? You gonna stand on it or not?
Facts. You niggas rolling with Paul? Oh, these niggas rolling with Paul, son.
Yeah, these men scared to lose their prestige, their position, their assemblies, they support. You know what I mean? You don't want to roll. You don't want to side with the truth because you scared you're gonna lose. You scared you're gonna lose, and God forbid you got to go back to getting it out the mud like a lot of us do. So what? At least you had the fortitude to say, you know what the hell? Look, I thought what I was doing was right. But once I found out I was going the wrong way, I got off at the exit and turned around.
Mm-hmm.
You the type of nigga that keep driving in the wrong direction, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Hell no, nigga, turn around if we going the wrong way. Let's get back to it.
They're gonna be forever lost, yo.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Paul basically, if you get into a WASP, Paul basically was visited by Luamon. The false Christ. It's the same nigga that appeared to Constantine.
That's right.
Exact same nigga that appeared to Constantine in the 320s, 300 years earlier, appeared to your boy Paul. You dig? And trip off this. Let me see. 300 years. Hold on. And 300 years before that, appeared to your boy Ezra.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
400 years before that, appeared to your boy Ezra. Luamon is the false Christ, the false deity. You know what I mean? But you got to get into, of course, you got to get into a WASP to understand that.
Yep.
I'm scared of that. So we over here in the shallow end of the pool dealing with you with Bible.
Exactly.
In Bible, you niggas still got a problem.
Forever lost, yo.
Yeah, man.
Because they're gonna always go back to John and say, well, look, see, Christ says he's one with the Father here before Abraham was I. Not knowing them Greeks, motherfucking high coin Greeks coining that.
Yeah, bro. Hey, what you was talking about the other day about the who was the Roman dude that had the same type of, he fell down and saw the light and what was that? You brought that out the other day when you were doing the
that was
Zeus and Paul's gospel and the logos or something.
Yeah,
you brought out something to where it was a Roman cat that basically said when he saw the light, he fell to the ground. And
yeah, that was the a narrative to the road to Damascus story. And the narrative, a parallel to how Paul had that experience, but they got a Greek story like that. So I just took, like the main points of that and showed the parallel. Like, look, they're having the exact same experience. This concept is in Greek theology. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was showing like how they kind of fashioned that story for the road to Damascus.
Hey, man. That stuff is crazy, man.
Yeah. That shit is nasty work, bro.
Yeah, people see. Well, what I'm finding out though is the denial is very, very heavy in this generation.
Yeah,
if you're not willing to be real with yourself, you're not ready to have a conversation with none of us. Because if you lie to yourself, I don't got a chance in nothing with you. You lie to yourself. But if you're willing to be real with yourself and say, look, it do say that, all right? It do say that. It do mean that. Hey, bro, I got to keep it real. I got to keep it across the backboard real. You see what I'm saying? Then you can start freeing yourself from the clutches of these false gods and deities. Because that's what has happened here. And that's why most of us are in denial, because we can't believe that we've been sold a false god. You have. These niggas invented a god on you. And it wouldn't be the first time. If you ever heard of Serapis, they invented Serapis. Installed a priesthood, came up with an image of the nigga, used the Septuagint. Like, come on, bro. We got to be real with ourselves. We got to be real with ourselves, man.
Well, that's real, man. This shit been going on for a minute, yo. A good little minute with these false gods.
I want to salute you too, though, C-Lot, boy. You've been cooking lately. I'm like, boy, my brother's out here cooking. Man, hold on, I'm on my way out. You know, I got a bomb on something, man. Hold on.
Yeah, man, this is a good presentation, though, man. On the real, this is an excellent presentation. Showing the difference between James the Just versus Paul. It is a difference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We rolling with the real brothers. We rolling with the nigga who got them is most connected to the Messiah. Why roll with the nigga who never met him? That's crazy.
Man, this shit man's in there. I see your boy JJ been trying to pop his little stuff on your post and all that. I've been like, man, he already lost. He be in my inbox trying to get a debate. I said, boy, you got a debate and got your ass whooped. What is you trying to do? What you trying to redeem yourself or something?
Yeah, nigga, we don't debate losers. Nigga, y'all had your chance.
We already whooped you niggas. And that's why you still running around trying to get a debate to prove that, come on, man. Stop it.
Right. Like, nigga, you lost already. Let it go. That was what, 2 years ago?
On the go. Shout out to the OG Nehemiah in the building. What's the word, big homie?
Big Nehemiah.
All that good stuff in between. Okay. Yeah, man. But look, today, I just wanted to get on today and just show that, like, the true heir, the one that you supposed to be following, if you just stuck in Bible, you supposed to be rocking with James and his move. It's not Paul. It's not Paul. You know what I mean? And if you want to know, you know what I mean, like how you can get more information about all that, tap in with CGG. We the only ones teaching this. You know what I mean? There's a few other insane niggas that's out here, but they cowards. They not really on it like that. They not gonna jump outside. We outside, like you say in your song. We outside. They inside. You know what I mean? We outside with it in your face, bombing. Like, that's what it is. You know what I mean? So much love and honor. C-La Shalom. Hey, man, let the people know what's up, man, where they can find you at. You know what I mean? Give all your IG accounts, Black Royal Family TV. Give it all. Let the brothers and sisters know, man.
Yeah, it's your boy C-La Shalom. You know what it is. Once again, excellent Bill Malley exposing the truth on James, Justin, Paul. You know what I mean? You can find me at C-La Shalom TV on Instagram. C-La Shalom TV on YouTube. You know what it is. Black Royal Family TV. Check out the web series. New series coming soon. Tap in with your boy, Malaki Macabee. Salute. And I'm out, son.
Hey, man, it's all good, big dog. Me and C-Lot, y'all got us a tag team presentation coming soon, based off what what we've been talking about lately. It's gonna be damaging.
Yeah, that's gonna be a monster. Y'all look out for that. That's gonna be crazy when that time comes.
When we done with it, when we done with your Christianity and all that, you don't see number smoke. I promise.
Yeah, it's gonna be nasty work. It's gonna be nasty work. Y'all tune in for that.
Look what Don Yehuda say. When we setting that debate up, see like with Mahal car. Look, you got a better chance of hitting the Powerball, Don Yehuda. Mahal is not taking no type of fade or none of that. Trust me, I know that.
He already denied. He ain't taking no fade.
He's not even built like that. He ain't. He'll lose badly. I'm talking about it won't even be close. He's not built like that. Mahar's more of a public speaker, street teaching, you dig? But when it come down to debating, nah, that ain't his lane. It's not. Mahar real good at going to get other niggas to try to help him or get other niggas to try to take his debate for him. But the cats he got around him ain't no hitters either.
Yeah,
none of them. Jeremiah, please say to God, no. He can barely read, so he's not gonna catch his back fade. He don't really got no hitters around, none, zero. So he not gonna take no debate with C-Lyle on no topic. I guarantee it.
And after the damage they done seen done, them niggas staying clear this way. You know what I mean?
Dude, Don Yehuda, he will get buried in a nanosecond. It'll be over. It'll be over. I guarantee it. You know what I mean? And that's coming from a brother that I actually know Mahar. His daughter called me uncle. So I actually know that man. You know what I mean? I ain't dissing him or nothing. I done told him this to his face. You ain't ready for none of my bros at all. You ain't built like that. It's like stay in your own lane. Your lane is like in the streets. You know what I mean? Read. He do that well. He does that well. I gotta get to him. When it comes to that, you know what I mean? He get down. And he done talk all over Times Square, out on the West Coast, down south. You can't take that from Mahar. Mahar been doing this thing for well over 30 years.
Right.
But trip off this. He'll catch fire over here because we trailblazing. So his deal is to what? Stay the hell out of our lane.
Yeah, it's a different ballgame over here.
I guarantee it. I guarantee he'll lose horribly. He won't trip off this. He won't even do a solo debate with bro. Even if he wanted to line up and do some type of team debate, his band of misfits against the game, bro, we'll park them niggas in handicap. All them over there know me.
Easy work.
It's a handicap, bro. I guarantee it.
Yes, sir. But let me get out of here, man. I got a couple things I'm gonna run up and do real quick, man.
Y'all have sights on, bro. It ain't nobody left.
Ain't nobody left, yo.
Who the fuck we done took them all down. Everybody. It ain't nobody left. You know what I mean? So it's really who got the nerve to come in the dojo with us.
Facts.
And is it worth our while? If we already took down Zion Lex, we already took down Captain Zoya. We even took down your low-level Negroes like JJ and
Warlocks,
Sage and Apostle. We done hit everybody. We done took down your Jabaris. You dig? And what C-Lot just did to that boy Zion Crybaby, War Child, bro, there's no one left to take out. Who else is it? Nobody. You know what I mean? So it's just what it is. And look, I'm not bragging. I'm just being real with you. We took everybody out. The best they got to offer been buried. Look, Don Yehuda, you saw the debate between C-Line and Zion Lex. Look, Don Yehuda, you said yourself, Zion Lex didn't even go to the Torah. Exactly. The nigga went to the Torah 3 times in the whole debate. 3 times. That means he was just talking the whole debate. The hell out of here. Look, I banged Captain Zoyak over this Paul topic on Sidnetta TV in his backyard, and they voted for me.
Facts.
And I don't even be over there.
Facts.
Bro, we done took out your best. There's no one left. I'm going to be honest with you. Ain't nobody left. The gang, the CGG is the new wave. And that's just what it is.
And we
You know what I
ducking.
mean? So much love though, Selah Shalom, man. Look, keep doing what you do. We'll tap in probably later on, probably tomorrow or something, chop it up, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strategize on something. So it's all good, bro. Much love and light to you, your family. You know what I mean? Everybody down there in the A, man. Y'all stay safe, stay vigilant. And shit, hopefully we chop it up sooner than later.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate you. Again, excellent build. Thank you for having me on. And y'all look forward to that combination that me and Mally about to come with. It's gonna be fire.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Much love and light, Aki. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my brother Selah Shalom channel, man. You know what I mean? That's a good, sincere brother. Been holding it down for well over a decade. Talking about this higher light. You feel me? If y'all got some understanding today, y'all drop a 4,000 in the chat. It's your brother Malaki Macabee, your little brother. And you know what we do, man. That's what we do. You know what I mean? A gang bang, we God bang. A set trip, we God trip. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. When you took the head of a cat deity, woo! That hit me. I didn't see the hardest gangster say, "Oh no, I don't want to smoke with God." That's between you and me. I do. Yeah, I get God smoke all day. But look, if who you talking about is God, is the Almighty, the Creator, you won't hear a whisper. You won't hear a whisper. Yeah, that's why I roll with the Almighty, the Creator. But if God is not the Almighty, is not the Creator, I'm tripping. I'm gonna put his head on the floor. Real spill. That sounds radical, don't it? It's oh brother, you're so radical. It's so militant. Hey, look, you can treat your purpose as if it's an option if you want to. Your purpose is your purpose. Our purpose is to bomb the false gods and free our people from the clutches of these dark ass kingdoms. That's our purpose. My purpose ain't an option. Just like the sun don't go before it rises. It come out. You dig? Stop treating your purpose like it's an option. You put her to do, it's not an option, it's your purpose. And that's what you need to be putting most of your energy and time and effort into, your purpose. Everything else you do, you just do maintain and make sure some things happen, some things in motion. Stop treating your purpose in this life as if it's an option, because it ain't. Sun don't vote. Sun don't vote before it come out. It come out. The river don't pause because you got to cross it. It keep flowing. You know what I'm saying? Stop living life for your purpose as if it's an option. You may have to play life like you play the wheel. Hey, play life like you drive. What happens when you drive and traffic slow up in that lane? You switch lanes. I mean, whatever you need to do to keep staying in motion, do that. All right? Whatever your purpose is, make that your life mission. Not an option. Not an option. The credit game's purpose is to expose the false deities and to free all people from the clutch of these false ass gods by any means necessary. By any means necessary. So again, you may like a more, calm, milquetoast message. That ain't me. I don't know no other way to go but hard. And that's gonna offend a lot of people. Some people may fancy themselves as your enemies and want to take you off the board. Hey, boy, you better press play. You better press play. We ain't gonna let up on you, or you did. Dig? So much love, much light. All praises to the Almighty Creator that always was, is, and ever shall be. The omnipotent, all-powerful, omniscient, all-knowledge, omnipresent, ever-present, fill of all space and place. And not in the form of figure of any man, woman, angel, or animal. Dig? Whose magnitude is incomprehensible. Whose presence is everywhere. All praises to the Creator. Until the next time, family. So look, brother, I'm out. Love.
Knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Create a gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal it, whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmon, Cal, Malaki Macabee, the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Yara working with Woods and Payne, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yara wanted smoke, 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air, for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom, first captain. But the captain ran away, just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Create a gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Create a gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosmon, Cosmon Cal, Malaki Macabee, and the whole Create a gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.
Dreadful Yogi approved.
Spread your last time, the yoga's your favorite. Open up the O, making moves to the matrix. Like the darkness in the basement, movements in the making. 4 horsemen took the HOK to the pavement. They say, yeah, Brian, TV on one. You're my NPC. I guess I beat my own drum. Used to hold it down for the Bible and dog to Moses. Now you run around with bones in your noses. It's Mona. I can smell it in your nostril. Ain't nothing worse than walking around with false apostles. That shit creepy without a pattern. Now, I ain't never seen you niggas steal or raise a dead with the shadow. Is it JJ 7K or JJ Fad? Either way, we know we making JJ mad. Cosmon came through and beat JJ bad. Crying and shit, somebody get JJ pads. Would do anything to get some views. Last I heard, he was debating trying to earn money to get some food. How in the hell on your own channel you getting booed? The higher light, like niggas you getting tripping. No lions in there, tell the truth, y'all niggas kittens.
And this is Dreadful Yogi approved.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Sila Shalom, another victory. Hail me, the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet, met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run the retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore. Did him vicious, gut him to the core. Give him some more, straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victor. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem to can't get it right. Jah Rastafari not gonna save your life. Real killers move in silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growl, it echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his god, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tile. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square, I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago, we told you a new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Man, it's hot up in this place, man.